What do we even have right now? Like, we have so many things that we can do. I'm not done with DIO, so I can't do Dragon Age 2. I mean, okay, I'm getting there, but we're not there yet. We're already doing Final Fantasy X. I don't want to do that yet. I don't want to do Kingdom Hearts yet. There are some games that are fine for me. That's a game to play with someone else. That's a game to play with people. That's a game to play with people. I have too many games that require... too many games that require people that are, like, on board for a long period of time. And, like, all of my most reliable people are, like, doing stuff in their lives. So, obviously, I'm not going to have them available in the early afternoons. We good? I think we're good. Okay, I think, is it done? I think we're good. Hey. It's Friday. If you're watching this, you've lived to Friday, and I'm proud of you for that. Also, oh my god. Oh my fucking god. This cat, from 8:30 a.m. onward, has been harassing me essentially nonstop, and has only now that I've started stream walked away for a little bit. And she'll be back to bother me when she realizes there's not enough food in her bowl again. But that's gonna be a thing. Anyway, it's been a wild week for me because I have streamed every day this week. I streamed every day this week. I specifically streamed every day this week because I kind of wanted to see, like, a general sample of, like, the kinds of viewership I'd be likely to get from various points during the week. It should be pretty consistent at around, like, 3 to 5. It might be a little bit lower on, like, Mondays and Wednesdays because I'm not usually here and people don't expect to see me. And also it might be a little low because there's a bunch of people who are super busy this week. All of which is pretty standard issue. But next week is technically the anniversary week of when I started streaming. Not necessarily when I got affiliate, but like when I started. It might be my affiliate anniversary, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure next week is the like when I actually started doing this on a regular basis. Kind of thing. Like 4 or 5 years ago? I think it was 4 years ago. 4 or 5 years ago. Shit. God. The fuck? Time doesn't feel real anymore. Anywho, I'm gonna turn off Tsutamete. Turn on Game Chops. So we've got a number of things we can do next week. and I'd like to do a few things. I'm not going to be streaming every day next week. I'm just going to be clear about that. I'm not streaming every day next week. I streamed every day this week. I'm probably not going to stream every day next week. First of all, because even though it's got like my anniversary time in it, there's a big thing that I need to take care of. And I have to be responsible about it. Thing two, part of the reason why I'm taking care of the big thing next week is because next week is Spouse Larkin's vacation week, where she does not have work at all that week. It is an entire break. Today is her last day of work. She gets 9 days after today to not have to be on the clock on anything. I am going to have to force her to be a responsible person, which neither of us want to do. I don't want to do it. She doesn't want to do it. Well, we got to do it. And there's a bunch of stuff that we got to do. We already did taxes like way back in January. That's not the problem. But we got like a bunch of other responsible person stuff that we got to do. We got to get in like touch with people. I've got to go to some doctor's appointments. So next week there will be streams. There will absolutely be streams for most of the days. But there's going to be at least 2 days where I don't stream, even if I normally would. And I'm not sure I get to know what days those are until the end of this weekend. So I wouldn't be able to tell you even today, right now, because I don't know what she has scheduled for her responsible stuff, because she knows this is her responsible week. So, on Monday, I am going to stream. And on Monday, I'm going to stream. And I'm maybe going to have something to do to celebrate the occasion, but I'm not going to promise anything. But I am going to stream on Monday. We're going to do something fun, I'm sure. But I don't know what yet. I haven't had a lot of time to plan things. I haven't had a lot of energy to plan things. I've been basically burning every ounce of my energy today and this week in order to like do this thing, to see how well I can manage streaming and like how often I'm able to do it on time and how often I'm able to like actually like be here and present and mentally aware in any capacity. And it was rough. I'm not gonna lie, it was really rough. It wasn't untenable, but it's definitely like I need if I'm gonna do this every single day for any length of time, if I'm gonna do this every day for any length of time, I need to fix some things in my body, almost certainly. Anyway. Don't mind me taking the vitamins that my body might like absorb like a tenth of. Oh my god. So energy-wise, this week has been very taxing. Also, on Monday I'm going to stream, but I'm not going to stream into the late night. It's going to be, I keep trying to start stream earlier and earlier. And I keep failing because my body is just not really cut out for it. If I'm being totally honest, my body is just not in a good condition. I want it to be. Part of the doctor's appointment stuff that I'm going to try and pull next week is in order to like get some of that stuff actually underway. I'm also going to try and start the process for us to actually like start moving, but I actually have to like push the Spouse Larkin person to also do some of that because, like, you know, she's the person who has a job that actually pays a living wage, you know? Like, I don't have reliable money in any capacity. I don't have money in any capacity, really, which is its own problem. But yeah, I don't want to get down on that. The main thing is just, next week I gotta be responsible. So there's gonna be parts of next week that I don't have. I also have some socialization stuff that I'm gonna do next week. Not every day next week, but definitely Monday and Tuesday I have social like commitments. So that's gonna be a thing. I don't want to duck out of, you know. I don't want to duck out of my social commitments on Tuesday just because I want to stream. Even though I kind of feel like sometimes I feel like I would have more energy to do the stuff that we do on Tuesday if it wasn't on Tuesday. Like it was an actual weekend thing, but the people who want to join us on weekends, well, there are people who just can't join us on weekends because, you know, they want to have their weekends open for like other social stuff. And I'm like kind of in a spot. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I want to be chill today. I want to hang out. I want to drink my fucking coffee and I want to actually like become a person again. Anyway. But yeah, the issue is there's always things I want to do. There's things I still have on my docket, like writing tasks and other things that I want to do for people that I just haven't had the physical, like, I haven't had like the mental acuity to do it. Like, I just haven't. Like, I just, like, I go to do the thing, and then, like, my brain just sort of, like, goes I just sort of go catatonic. Not because of, like... Not because of, like, an issue of, like, the ability to do the thing, but because, like, my brain knows that it's going to take X amount of energy and X amount of, like, focus, and I don't have it. And so it's like I'm trying to charge up. And so I just sort of, like, shut down and stop moving while I look at, like, a text editor page or something, and I'm like, okay. We gotta A, B, C, D, E, F, G tasks. I gotta put this together. I gotta make this happen. And it sucks. Like, I want to write scripts. I want to do fun stuff. Like, my whole degree is just in writing, right? Like, my whole thing is, like, editing. But, like, half the time, I go to do writing and editing, and, like, my brain, I'm just... Like, my body is already so tired from, like, all of the stuff that it's doing to itself. Like, my body's so tired from just the stuff it's doing to itself, and my brain just can't, like... I can't physically do that. I can't take it. I don't know why. Like, this is streaming, and streaming every day has been kind of stressful on my body, I'm not gonna lie. Like, in a way that I didn't expect it to. Like, I did every day this week, and I made sure I did at least 3 hours every day this week. Yeah? Like, I did a full week of streams. And, like, my brain was shot by Wednesday. You probably saw it. Like, my brain was shot. Absolutely just gone the whole week. Like, I've been kind of here. I have not been fully present in any capacity. Like, it just hasn't been a thing. Like, let me look at... I know we got the stream review stuff, but, like... I want by streams... Yes, stream by day. Like... Yeah, 9 hours yesterday, which was the longest we streamed because it was a Final Fantasy stream and I actually wanted to get through some stuff on Final Fantasy. Wow. Yeah, I always max out at 6 viewers, it looks like. All this week, I have maxed out at 6 viewers. Oh, Monday was 5, because no one expects me to stream on Monday. And it's been like an average of 2 to 3. That's actually not... Wow, that kind of sucks. Oh well. I want to be clear. That's none of y'all's fault. That's not like something that you're not doing for me that you're, or like you're failing to do. That's not how this works. I'm streaming most of this. I'm streaming, and then like these get ported over to the YouTube, and then people can watch them whenever the fuck they want. And like that's the whole thing of just like having a record of me doing some stupid shit on video games that people want to see, because they wanted to watch me play video games for some reason, which is a bananas concept. And like, what the fuck? But like, yeah, it's been a busy week for folks, so like I actually understand completely why that's lower. I know, right? But yeah, no, my body is just like, I've been fucking dead in the water since like Tuesday. I wasn't fully recovered. Like, I still haven't fully recovered from any of the illness stuff, and like not the like the sick that I got like a couple weeks ago from Spouse Larkin. But like the guts issues. I'm shocked that the food science experiment did not go very fucking sideways. Especially considering that after refrigeration, that stuff was no longer safe to consume. Like, it smelled like death. It's awful. But hey, I learned stuff. I learned more about like actual preservation methods for food than I ever thought I would, and that was still really cool. Anyway, but like next week on Monday, I might hold off until Tuesday, but I'm probably gonna do this on Monday. I'm gonna try and stream earlier in the day, and I'm gonna try and do something fun. And if I can't do it on Monday, then I'll do it on Tuesday, because like Tuesday's a normal day for me to stream. And if I'm doing it on Tuesday, I might not go to like tabletop night just next week. Like, I might not do that. I might skip that so I can actually like stream here, and they may see that as like some sort of snubbing, and that's, if they want to get their heads out of their asses about that, the sooner the better, honestly. Like, they're my friends for ages. Like, this isn't like a I'm picking something over you. It's just like a, I know how those days and those events go, and it's usually everyone's super fucking exhausted, and we play for like 2.5 hours, and then everyone has to go because they're too tired and they have work in the morning. And I'm like, hey, that's why I stopped running games for that crew, is because I need people who are actually able to like engage, or I can't make the whole show happen. It has to be a collaborative thing. And like, I will note, like, stream is easier when there's more people here, but also stream gets more weird when there's more people here, you know? Like, yesterday was fun, but we had a few people come in here who were new, and I'm glad they showed up. They brought some very different energy here, and it wasn't bad. Don't get me wrong, but it was new, and it was very interesting, because, like, I didn't know how to work with that at the time, because I didn't have the energy. I didn't have any mental energy to, like, to do stuff. I wasn't able to be, like, snappy and on point with responses. And, like, I need to figure out a way to balance that, or just get more energy in my body and brain. You know? Like, I feel not sharp right now, but I'm not, like, completely out of it. I just have that general haziness of, like, the permanent fatigue that always exists in my whole deal. But yeah. I drank Atomic Coffee. I don't always drink Atomic Coffee. That's the thing. I have Atomic Coffee. It is a sometimes treat. Okay, like every couple of months I might get a bottle. I gotta send a bunch of bottles back. And like, I might get a bottle or two. But like, most of the time I'm running off of normal coffee. Most of the time I'm running off of normal coffee and ADHD meds and just like whatever I got in the tank, you know? Which ain't a lot, if I'm being honest. I'm being totally honest. It's not, I don't have a lot in the tank most of the days. And I'm trying real hard to get more in the tank, but it is fucking rough. But yeah. I don't know. I'd like... to stream more consistently. I would like to have the energy to stream more consistently. But also, I'd just like to be streaming more consistently. This is fun. People actually seem to enjoy it. It's something I can do that is at least vaguely useful. And that sort of thing is hard to find these days. But yeah. I like it here. I want to be here more. I don't want to be here when, like, I'm sick so much that I'm coughing constantly and, like, making horrible microphone noises. Aw, thank you. But yeah, I might have to... I might have to do some things if I'm going to be streaming here every day. And it's going to get... I know it's going to feel worse before it feels better. Even if it's not going to have to get worse before it gets better, you know? The world is going to have to get a lot worse before it gets better. We're in that sort of, like, transition time anyway. Which I would really like to have not have had to, like, exist as an adult through the entirety of, like, a transitive event that is being constantly held back and refuses to, like, the dam refuses to break on, like, the situation, because people keep trying to, like, push it off to later and push it off to later and push it off to later, and I'm like, I don't have the power to, like, force the thing to change. But at the same time, you know, like... Anyway, when you grow up in a group of people that, like, know that the world is fucked, like, so many people are, like, trying to hold the dam, and it's just completely busted to hell, and it just, like... I don't like making this... So I'm not going to talk about politics. Yet. But, like, just on the end of, like, how people socialize and the ability of people to socialize, things were already fucked before COVID happened. People were already more isolated than they'd ever been before COVID happened. And the problem with, like, stressful events and dangerous events and catastrophic events is that they make people snap. And, like, various points throughout the last 30 some odd years I've watched, various groups snap. And then other groups really want to pretend that nobody's lost their shit. A bunch of other groups of people want to pretend that the other people haven't lost their minds because conditions are unbearable. Because something has become, like, untenable or unfathomable or unsurvivable to them. I'm not just talking about, like, the weird right-wing, like, hyper-reactionary stagnation process where they, like, things aren't the same and they aren't easy for them and hard for people they don't like, so they're unhappy. Which is its own fucked up cult of, like, they want the world to end, and that's its own... Again, we're avoiding the political end of this. But, like, a lot of people had some shit go down. Like, there's been natural disaster, after financial crisis, after natural disaster, and, like, other natural disaster, after financial crisis. And, like, nothing has been done to keep the shit show from, like, snowballing down the hill. Like, nothing has really ever been done to actually fix that. And as a result, there's more, like, burgeoning stresses on people across nations and across the board, just in general, like, regardless of your economic status, regardless of your political position. Like, shit's gotten worse for all but, like, 3 groups of people. And it's like, politicians, billionaires, and people who live fully off the grid. Those are the only 3 groups of people, where things haven't gotten worse. Unbearably so. Like, those are the only groups of people. The people who are most detached from the society, but need to be attached to the society because of, like, a lot of really obvious things that are going on there that they should be part of society. And, like, currently 2 of those groups are in charge of the United States for some reason. And have done nothing to actually, like, reconnect to humans. Or reality in any capacity. So that's fucked. And that's the political end of things. But, like, for everyone else, it doesn't matter where you sit. It doesn't matter who you voted for. Life sucks. Life sucks. The world sucks. And everything is hard. And everything feels like it's falling to shit because it is. And every company wants more of your money and to give you less of their product. And everyone wants to fuck you over. Everyone who wears a suit and, like, does anything with the economy wants you personally to die so that they can make more money. And it doesn't matter if you make no money. It doesn't matter if you make, like, 10K a year, 20K a year, 30K a year, 40K a year, 100K a year. Like, it doesn't matter. They want you dead. They want all of your money, all of the money that you make, they want in their pocket. And they're going to do everything they can to steal it from you. And make sure that you have nothing to live off of. And make sure that you have no way to live. And that's why we have things like, you know, everything that's happening in the government right now, but also, like, HOAs and, like, fucking 30 different streaming services and all that sort of thing. And it's like everything is broken up so that you can't own shit. Exactly. And then they can use you as slave labor. It's great. And, like, that's the system that we have right now. And it sucks. And I don't have marketable skills anymore. I literally don't. Like, all of my skills are skills that a company will use, in quotes, free, but what is actually stolen labor to do repeatedly, and it will be much worse than anything I could do when I was a functional human being. Like, I'm not a functional human being anymore. I'm not here to pretend I am. But, like, when I was a functional person and I did this work, like, my skill set was already horrendously devalued. And, like, people were already using, like, automated translation services and that sort of thing, which is its own business. But now people are using, like, everyone wants to use ChatGPT, which doesn't have facts in it. It just puts words together as a collage. And, like, generative AI imaging just makes a photo collage, but worse, based off of metadata, because it can't actually think for itself. Because it's not, like, we call it artificial intelligence, but it's just like machine. It's large learning model machines. And, like, here's the thing. I don't have an issue with large aggregate text language learning models on their own. I have an issue with using stolen data in order to train those things. Also, I have an issue with using stolen data in general, and just sort of, like, the issue with AI is not necessary. There is like an environmental aspect to it, sure, because there's like a lot of electricity and like a lot of power grid stuff going on. Hey, get fucked, bot. But like there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, like environmentally, like we don't need to be doing this, and we don't need to be like making it go everywhere and using it in all the places so that it uses like one or two places where it uses a little more energy is probably like fine, but like having it in everything and putting it everywhere is not useful. Like machine learning systems are not bad. It is always the way they are used that is usually bad, either by inefficiency or because of other ethical concerns. Like, you can't have even an interactive machine making decisions that have consequences for humans. Ever. You cannot ethically do that. And yet, that's what we're seeing it used primarily for. Which is, like, any company that does that, in my opinion, should have its entire executive, like, group forcibly removed from that company and not allowed to participate in any business in any state in the United States or otherwise ever again. They should never be allowed to do business or work in business in any sort of managerial capacity ever again, because they're putting robots in charge of management decisions. Anyway, but like also there's also the stolen labor issue, which is, for me, just as bad, if not worse, than any of the environmental issues or any of the like sociological, like fucking over regular people just because it's cheaper to fuck them over issue, which is a huge ethical concern on its own. Oh my god. But like, you're just, to base all of this, you're stealing, like, for text model systems, they're stealing everything that is vaguely on the internet, regardless of whether or not it's copyrighted, regardless of whether or not they have any rights to use it, regardless of whether or not another company has the rights to use it. And they don't have any sort of system to regulate that. They're fucking up all the time. They're fucking up so bad, and they don't want to change that because it's cheap for them, and now they have a system that lets them, like, make shitty images if they want. And, like, my issue is, I'm gonna be honest. A rando person who uses an AI system to make a stupid image as a shitposty thing that they want to do, who isn't going to pretend they made it themselves, that this is actually their thing that they made because they didn't make it, a robot made it. Like, they just plugged in some numbers or plugged in some keywords for metadata, and then they saw what the robot photo collaged for them. And if they want to act like that's art, that's their mistake to make. It's not. Like, I don't care how good it looks. I don't care. That's not the issue. The issue is, if you're not using it for commercial purposes, I frankly don't give a fuck. I don't want to see it personally, but I don't think that's evil. That's not the evil part. Like, as long as you're not pretending that you're making art when you do that, you're playing with a robot system. You're doing the equivalent of playing, like, one of those old tiny Newgrounds Flash games. Like, as far as I'm concerned, as long as you don't treat it as anything more than, like, that sort of stupid stuff, I think you're fine. Like, I don't give a shit. But when you use it as a thing to create any sort of commercial product or anything that you would sell, or you want to treat it as like an actual, like, artistic expression of yourself, you're wrong, because it's not. And if you think and you are sure that it is, that using an AI system to, like, make an image is the same as actually creating the art yourself, if you think it is, it's because you've been taught that your identity is through the consumption of products. And you've bought into that so hard that you believe that using someone else's machine that they made to sell you shit, and that they specifically made to sell the company so that they don't have to hire artists, you treating that robot as an actual form of your artistic expression when you don't actually do any of the artistic expressing through the work of making an image, I think maybe you have fucked up in the process of understanding yourself. I do not pretend, for an example, that this model that I have made, this Vroid, is entirely my construction. It is a bunch of pre-made assets that I have collaged together. Right? This, I still put work into, though, to modify, to update, to upgrade, to change. Okay? That is the process of expression through a pre-made system and medium. If you do not change something on that AI image yourself, it is not your expression. Because I'm using a Vroid. It's pre-made assets. It's pre-made stuff. I didn't make this face. I didn't even make the tool that gave this face better face tracking. Which, by the way, is HanaTool, which you can find in my About page, credited as the person who did the fucking shit. That's the tool I used on a Vroid, which is a product made by Pixiv, to make this work. The hair asset is something that I got from Booth.pm, which is part of Pixiv and part of the Vroid system, and like it's all associated there. Like, but that's someone made this hairstyle, and I purchased this asset, and I purchased the earring assets. I purchased the fucking all of the like the skin tone specific assets, so that there's actually like some mild subtle like actual image that you can actually tell that there's like some element of a concept of a face here. Like, all of that was stuff that I purchased or used from Kit, and I put it together. And me putting it together and modifying it and like putting like emissive texture properties through Unity on my eyes, for an example, all of that shit is the expression part. But if you just throw some metadata at a robot and take whatever it spits out, you haven't commissioned an artist. And if you did, you would probably get a better thing anyway. But like, what you did is you put something into an automated system that gave you some amalgam of the data that it has. Until you do something with that, it is not a form of artistic expression. You could take that as a base and a fucking like a model reference process and use it that way. I don't know why you would, because there's a bunch of free stock photos and stuff if you want to make things anyway. But like, if you wanted like a full thing, you could do that, and then you could like actually paint it or actually draw it yourself based off of that image. And people have done that. People have done that. They've seen like an AI image and they're like, no, I can do better than that. And then they do it so that it doesn't have all of the like weird artifacting and bullshit that the AI image does. And like, even that is still a form of personal expression. That is still a conversation that you are having with another part of the world. Like, I'm not going to act like using AI stuff to make things doesn't like put an object into the world. I'm just saying you can't treat it as a form of expression. You aren't saying anything with it. You aren't doing anything to it yourself to have a statement. You're parroting something that a robot is saying. You're parroting something that a machine is saying or doing. And you're circulating that. And if you treat that as your artistic expression, then you aren't saying anything. And I think that's the main problem that people have, is like, they want to say that like AI is soulless or whatever, and that's irrelevant. That's completely irrelevant. The issue is that it's stolen labor, and that commercial systems and companies are using AI systems in avoidance of actually having to pay the artists who even made that system possible. They are taking labor, they are stealing the labor, and they are using that labor for another purpose, and they're using it to make themselves money. And that's fucked. They've just found a way to essentially, like, launder art. But if you're using it personally, on your own and you're not trying to sell it as something and you're not trying to claim that it's yourself who made this thing, if you're just like, yeah, I wanted like a shitty, I play a game with my friends on like Roll20 or something, and I wanted a character portrait, and I didn't care if it was good or accurate or decent, and so I used a little like stupid system that was a browser on the internet or something, and I made a shitty little photo of someone who isn't real and doesn't matter, and I'm never gonna sell it, and I'm never gonna give a fuck about it. I just wanted like a shitty image, and I didn't want to go to Pinterest and find something there, and I didn't want to have to like go through and like find some PNG of something and then use it in my personal like fucking thing. Also, yeah, you could use Picro. You could use 1,000 other things that actually like you like choose options and do stuff, and I've done that. I've done that for characters with Picros, but like you could do that. You could do that with AI, and I wouldn't give a fuck. I know there's at least someone in my friend group who's probably done that. I don't pay a lot of attention. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. You're not trying to show it to me and say that it's your art. You're using an image to produce a placeholder that shows you on a game board or something. Or you're using it as a placeholder to like, this is what I'm using because it's like stupid and I wanted to see what the robot would do. Right? Like engage with it that way. I wanted to see what the robot would do. I want to see what the machine does. I want to interact with this piece of technology and see what this technology can produce and see if it's any good and see if it's interesting and that is fine. If you want to have a conversation about what the thing made and how it did it right and how it did it wrong and what images it may have used off of it, but they won't even let you know what images it uses as metadata and as part of the photo collage, which is the thing that pisses me off, is that there is no generative AI system that tells you where it got its image stuff when it uses its image stuff to make you a thing. It doesn't tell you where you got it. Right? Like, it doesn't tell you where you got it. You told the robot to make you an image, and it didn't tell you what images it used to composite to make this image. So now you have this thing in your hands and you don't even know where it came from. And I think that's bullshit. Right? Like, I want to know when a robot makes art out of a photo collage process, which is what generative AI imaging is, by the way. It's an automated photo collage process. Which on its own actually is fascinating, technologically speaking, that you can use a machine to photo collage a process. Like, you can have a robot do that thing. That is something that does actually exist as a creative medium. But everyone who does it, before AI was a thing, everyone did it manually, and it actually looked really fucking cool and weird. And most of the time, AI is way too busy trying to make it look like clean in some capacity. And so it melds things together in weird, shitty ways, and it's just not as interesting. And you can make interesting things with that generative AI. But like, that's not my issue with it. My issue with it is that is a machine making the thing. You aren't putting any actual work into the process of changing it or making it your own. You're just putting some prompts into a thing. Like, anyone can have ideas. Ideas are very low on the value ratio, right? Like, here's the thing. I would love one day, perhaps, and anyone who sees this, anyone who watches this, if you want to do this, just say you got the idea from me. I don't need any money about it. Okay? I would love to see someone do a Bob Ross style painting show where they make cursed memes from the early internet. Where they take a still image from a deeply cursed thing from the internet and they make a painting about it. I would love to try and paint from memory, like, something from fucking, like, Salad Fingers. Or, like, fucking, like, Badger Mushroom. Or, like, some horrible, like, painting that. Doing a painting of that in, like, the Bob Ross style of conversational tone would be fantastic. You could do even like the most cursed things, like One Man, One Jar, or like Lemon Party. I don't care. You can make the most horrific shit that the internet has produced, but if you're doing that, and you're doing it in like a really friendly, like conversational, relaxing, pre-ASMR kind of like way, there's an idea that I've put into the world, right? That would be interesting, and it took me 5 seconds to come up with it. Anyone can do that. It's a new thing that no one's done and no one's seen before. But it's horrible, and honestly probably no one should do it. But like, it's there. You could do things. You can do interesting things. You don't even have to do a good job at it. No, I'm gonna be honest. That is something that like Natasha Nyanners might do. Or like, there's a bunch of people, like, there's a bunch of people that I know, like, that would be right up their alley for something that they could do. Right? Easy. It's like right there. It's in my mind, that is bottom shelf, easy to think of ideas for stuff that you could do as a performance anywhere in a video or something. Doesn't matter. You just do it as an image and like produces it as a series of still images for like fucking any website ever. And you just have that. But like a careful like 2 girls 1 cup image in like acrylic would be horrifying. Absolutely wretched, but it would be funny. But like if you put that stuff, first of all, I don't think any AI has been trained on I hope there's probably an AI system that's been trained on 2 girls 1 cup. And similar things. And listen, those ladies were professional performers, and they got paid good money for that. And I don't like it, but I respect the dedication to the craft, you know? As fucked up as it is. But like, if they did all that, and then someone put it into an AI system, and they're not gonna see any money off of that, even though their work is being used as part of a photo collage system. Like, that's the thing. You have to have some standard for how you have to have some standard for how you get your base material, no matter what it is. I don't care if it's porn. I don't care if it's like gore-based art or whatever. I don't care what sort of horrible thing or whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Like, if you're taking something someone else is using, you should credit them in some capacity. And that, if there was even just like a base credit system where like you saw all the things and the metadata that was used to like produce the image, I think that would be like 1,000 times better. They're never going to do it because that would take like more work on their part, and they don't want to do more work. They want to make money off of cheap and easy stuff. Kind of goes against their system. But like, if you just take the thing on its own and you don't do anything with it, what you're doing is you are essentially commissioning a machine to make a thing for you. And it's not thinking when it does it. The same with like text. Everyone who uses ChatGPT to write essays is, first of all, a goddamn idiot. You might be able to get away with that, but you are also getting yourself out of the practice of thinking and speaking and communicating in a meaningful way. Like, any essay that you are expected to write in school at all is not really there to make sure that you know the right answers. It's about making sure that you learn the process of communication and critical thinking. All of your English classes are not about the language after like elementary and like early middle school. All of your classes that have to do with writing, language, and literature review are about critical thinking about stuff. And they use fiction because it's easy to do that. And also, those things are usually having a conversation with stuff in the real world. So you can connect it to like real life stuff. So you can see how people can talk around something or talk through something or talk about something or explore something for themselves through that process. That's the entire point of like English and writing classes. It is very little to make sure that you know a specific story, and it's all about making sure that you have critical thinking skills and some ability to like articulate an argument or how you feel about something. Like, I want to be clear. Any teacher worth their salt, any teacher who is worth a damn, if you read through a thing when you're young and in school, and you're like, this was boring as fuck, I could not engage with this in a meaningful way because of the way this person was communicating today. That's still way better than just having a ChatGPT system write a summary of the text as if it were actually like a conversation about it. It's just you saying this was boring and I couldn't get into it, like, is still way better. 100%. And there might be some snobby, shitty teachers out there. There's probably a bunch of them. But, like, the goal of any literature class is not... The goal of any writing class is not to actually, like... It's not to teach you how to make an essay of a certain length or whatever. It's to make sure that you learn how to think about shit. Like, my degree is in writing and literature. That's my degree. Everything that I read was from specific fields where people specialized and had to have actual like plans and arguments and beliefs. Like, everything that I learned about wasn't like, oh, Huck Finn and like fucking how like racism works no, it was never that. It was always about like it was always like psychological and sociological texts, philosophical texts, and like scientific and engineering based texts, like where you talk about the importance of building things and why you build them a certain way, or like the importance of good interaction in a society, and the importance of like equity and equality in that society, or like how certain things fail, or how certain like negative phenomena occur and become part of our culture, or how different art styles slowly blend together to become new ones. All of those things have people who've written about them. And the idea that you have to care about all of them is not the point of even the stuff that I learned. It's the point of you have to be able to recognize what they're trying to say. You have to understand what they're saying. And you have to have some way to at least respond to it, even if you don't give a shit about it. And ChatGPT isn't going to learn that for you. Like, every person who tried to, like, every dipshit in, like, middle and high school who tried to get me to do their homework for them didn't want to have to learn the stuff. They didn't want to have to think about it. And, like, I got into a decent number of fights because I never did anyone's homework for them, and they really wanted to be assholes about that. But even when I was a kid, I was like, nah, that's not why we're doing it. Like, if you didn't do the reading because it was boring as shit or because you had other stuff you had to do, that's fair. Well, like, I can't do that for you because they're going to know it's not you. Like, you're asking me to have your opinions for you. And I actually remember saying that to someone in like high school of like, that's not how you're asking me to have your opinion for you. He didn't like that, and he did try to beat my ass. It did not go well for him on account of the fact that we were in a classroom. Like, we were in a classroom and the teacher had an assistant teacher in there, and they were both paying attention to all the people because they were like going through something. They were like, just write it for me. I'll do this or that if you write it for me. I was like, that's not. Listen, I'm not wiping your ass for you. All right, I'm not fucking your girlfriend for you. You got to do it yourself. Like, some things are better if you do them yourself. I'm just gonna level with you. And I didn't say it like that. I said, no. I'm not doing your work for you. I'm not doing your thinking for you. Fucking think for yourself. And that was a problem. And they were like, that's not what I'm doing. I was like, no, you're trying to, like, get me to do this shit for you, and I ain't gonna get anything out of it. Because I already did my work. You gotta do your work. And they were like, all right, well, I'll fuck you up if you don't. And I was like, okay. On that note, don't throw punches if you're both seated and you're more than like an arm's length away. Cause like you can't, if you're both sitting at desks, you can't reach them effectively with that. Like, you're not set up to hit somebody. If you have to hit someone, don't do it from, like, a shitty school desk that has, like, a thing in the way. Like, he could have stood up. But then it would have been obvious that he was trying to, like, start some shit. Anyway. I probably said some worse things to him to probably, like, provoke him. I don't remember exactly what I said. I know it was basically like, no, I did mine. You gotta do yours. That's the point of this. Even I knew the basic fucking point of, like, why we read weird writing and boring writing in school. Like, that was a thing. I knew that ahead of time, because, like, both sides of, even the shitty side of my family, like my mom's side of the family, knew why you did that shit. Like, at least my mom did. Like, that was a thing. God. I'm so glad so glad I got out of the fucking town. Anyway, we're like 30 seconds away from an ad break. I think I'd like to get a refill of coffee. I have a little bit of coffee in that cup, and I think I'm gonna go get some more and do some squats or something. It's gonna be 3 minutes of ads. I'll see you in a little bit. You'll still be listening to, like, Game Chops in the meantime. But yeah, stretch your legs, get some snacks. You know how this works. I'll be back in a little bit. There we go. I don't know why we moved to game, because we're not gaming yet. I got coffee. I don't know. Like, my AI take on stuff is always going to be, like, most of my things are going to be about labor relations. I'm a union person, generally. Like, that's my deal. I think unions are good, and I think you should work with them. You should join a union. If you're in a job, you should join a union. If you're working in any capacity, you should join a union. There's usually a union you can join, even if it's just the IWW. Like, they're not the best and finest union, but they are the biggest, technically speaking. Like, that's just a thing. Anyway, but yeah, my take on AI is, like, if you're using it for your own personal shit, like, I don't think it's evil. I don't think you're a bad person. But if you're using it and then you're claiming that it's like a form of your self-expression, I need you to understand that what you're saying is that you don't have any self-expression. You don't have any self to express. If you don't take something and make it your own a little bit, like, even the stuff that you own in real life, you should treat it like it's yours, and you should, like, make it something that actually, like, has your vibe about it. If everything you do is just, like, pristine and untouched and unaffected, then, like, exactly, like, if you're not doing anything with it, then what's the point? That's my thing. If you're not doing anything with it, what's the fucking point? Like, everything, like, everything you do determines who you are at the end of the day. Like, it's the things you do. It's not necessarily the things you think or the things that you believe, it's the things you do. What you do, ultimately, is who you are. To everyone else. Like, you can have your own rich inner life that may conflict with the way you do things or what you do, but, like, the world and the people who live in it will judge you based off of your actions. Always. Even if it's not necessarily a fair way to judge you based off of those actions, that's how they're going to do it. And, like, if you are just doing... So here's the thing. What I'm doing right now is a type of performance art. It is an honest form. I'm not lying here. I'm not pretending to be someone I'm not. I'm using a face that's not mine, necessarily, but, like, I'm not pretending to not be me, right? But experiencing someone else's art is also a form of engagement with art. Video games are an interactive form of art. There's a lot of interactive forms of art. Video games are one of them. You are experiencing a form of art when you play Warframe. Like, that... And the experience and interpretation thereof is also itself a form of artistic expression. Like, it's a more personal artistic expression most of the time, but, like, that's still a thing. You're having an emotion, and that emotion and the memories you have of that thing, you will carry with you if they're in any way memorable. Like, and that will shape part of your world of view and your understanding of things. It's not that video games make you believe things or make you do things, any more than literally any other form of art will make you think or feel or do things. Like, the Mona Lisa will not make you shave off your eyebrows. It won't. You don't look at the Mona Lisa and be like, oh man, that is such a smooth face. I need to have a face that smooth. I need to remove all of the distinguishing features of my face. That's not how that works. Like, that's not, but, like, the messages that various forms of art have to say do affect you if you, like, internalize them. Now, if you play video games and you don't internalize anything that the video games do with you, one, you probably are and you don't notice it. But also, two, and the reason you are and probably don't notice is because humans tend to, like, do this. They're like pattern recognizers and pattern matchers. like, I do sincerely believe that people who play Call of Duty probably have some understanding of what various guns look like. Like, they've probably, if they've actually, like, paid attention to the games that they play, like, they probably actually recognize various forms of military camouflage and like, tactics and, like, the equipment that they use, and would be able to identify those things in real life. That is an influence that game has on you. It has given you information that you've taken with you into the world. Right? Like, that's a thing. But, like, and that's, I'm gonna be honest, Call of Duty is one of the least artistically expressive things in multiplayer that you could possibly find. It is well designed, it is well constructed, it is a fantastic experience, but you're not supposed to, like, find some sort of deeper human truth through playing Call of Duty multiplayer, other than the fact that small children who are in enclosed racist spaces will say slurs at you. Yeah, there's a fluidity of movement to Warframe that you may start to want to, like, imagine in the real world. Even though there's no way through the power of physics that you could do any of the shit those robots do. That's neither here nor there. But, like, we're getting into the nitty-gritty of specific instances, and I'm talking in broad strokes. So, I'm gonna reel that back a little bit. But it's weird when people say that, like, the media you consume does not have any sort of, like, effect on you, but it's also disingenuous to say it has so much of an effect on you that there is such thing as, like, dangerous media. Like, media is not dangerous for the ideas it contains, even if they're bad ideas or harmful ideas. That's not how that works. Like, that's not how any of that works. Like, the whole concept of censorship is that there are things that you should not see because they are bad and they will affect you negatively. And that's not necessarily true at all. Like, that's not how that works. Exactly. Like, there's this whole... Listen, the entirety of the philosophy that you find in... Like, there's... Like, I'll be clear. There are some things that are forms of media that do not engage in the act of artistic expression. Some of these things, by their creation, are inherently harmful to other people because it involves the harm of other people. Like, execution videos, like yeah, like CSA material, like those sorts of things. Like, those sort of things are, like, those are inherently objectionable to most people. And they are often the, like, factual depictions of, like, the violence inflicted on other people. And I don't think that that is itself... That is a message. I don't think it is a form of, like, personal expression. Right? Like, that's not the same thing as, like a beheading video from early internet is not the same as, like, going on Pornhub and finding a video of a dude jerking it. Right? Like, those are not even remotely the same thing. And to equate them in any capacity is, not only factually inaccurate, but to conflate them in any sort of capacity is, like, itself also, like, a dangerous choice to make, because it influences the notion of, like, what... I mean, yeah, no, like, you could... I don't know that you'd find, like, back in the day, the Saddam Hussein execution video that went around on the internet, which was fucked up. I was like, that's fucked up. Why would you do that? Someone actually sent that to me by surprise one day through the internet, back in the day. And I was like, yep, that's a dude getting murdered. Why did I didn't want to see that. I didn't ask for that. And like, you could probably, on the websites where you might find that one thing. Dude, World of Warcraft has a lot of different and interesting kinds of people who play it. The tapestry of human experience is a very strange thing, and it is strange in all places. Including in, like, WoW groups. But yeah. I mean, like, I was an adult when I saw it. So, like, they weren't sending this to a child. Let's be clear here. But, like, that sort of thing, that's an archival, like, that certainly is an archival document of a historical event. But, like, I don't know if it was actually, like, a video of the thing as it happened, or, like, someone, like, making a thing to look like it. It probably was just someone took a video there at that moment. And, like, that's a thing that existed somewhere on the internet. You can find it yourself. I don't want you to find it. I don't think you need to find it. Like, you don't need to do that to yourself. Like, it's a dude dying, you know? Like, I'm not here for it. Yes, he was a piece of shit, but, like, you don't need to watch him die. If you have a personal emotional investment in the hatred of that man, you probably lived in Iraq. And, like, hey, that's fine, but, like, I don't know. Anyway, the point is, like, there are certain things that are made, and they are certainly documents of an event or an action, but that doesn't make them things that, like, you need to see them in order to have conversations about them. They're not things that you need to, like, have a sort of, like, deep and, like, artistic conversation about, because they aren't made for the purpose of being art. They're made for the purpose of, like, some specific course of action. And usually it's a very bad course of action. And I think that is its own category of stuff. I don't think, here's the thing, I don't know that I have the right to say that execution video is the same as, like, CSA material. It is something made for the purpose of, like documenting the harm someone has suffered, but probably for a different motivation. I will say those things are grouped in the category of media and objects that are produced that are not really for the betterment of anyone. And on that note, they don't need to be, like, easily publicly accessible by any stretch of the imagination. I would also argue that CSA material is made itself as a form of violence against the people that it depicts, because it is showing people being harmed. And, like, that clearly you need to, like, stop the harm that is occurring there. And we should have, like, some actual, like, articulated effort to stop that from happening. Abso-fucking-lutely. But, like, at the same time, that is not the same. Like, those two things are in two different categories themselves, but they are also in an overarching umbrella category of things that are not the same as most of the other media that humans produce, for the reasons that humans produce media or art or forms of expression. Like, those are not media produced with the concept of, like, consent in mind. Yeah? Meanwhile, I will also note, pretty much to take other extreme forms of media, any pornography you may find on the internet, actual pornography that you find on the internet, is usually people who are at the time, you know, minus revenge porn, obviously, because that is also in the category of, like, SA material at that point. Like, if the person isn't posting it themselves and it's of them, you probably shouldn't circulate it, and you probably don't want to watch it, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't think I'd ever look for anyone's nudes on the internet, and I don't think I'd ever look for someone's, like, revenge porn on the internet unless I was working a case where they were finding it and, like, trying to, like, shut it down. If I were to get a job that required that, I would do that, but, like, for my own enjoyment, absolutely the fuck not. But, like, regular pornography is, like, its own thing, and people have, like, very specific stigmatized beliefs about the people who make it and the people who consume it, even though a lot of people consume it. And a lot of beliefs about what it means to consume or produce that material. But pornography is not inherently exploitative, and pornography is not inherently harmful. Like, ever. Like, it's just not. Like, one of the things I will note is that, like, categorically speaking, the only groups that push the belief that, like, porn addiction is a thing are, like, religious groups and, like, very conservative think tanks. It's not, like, there are certain, like, issues if you have, like, OCD and that sort of thing, where it might develop into, like, some sort of, like, compulsive behavior. Or an obsessive behavior, certainly. But, like, clinically speaking, there has been no actual point where, like, an addiction to that has been proven. Compulsive behaviors, bad habits, certainly. But usually it's, like, the relationship to the concept of sex that like, forces someone to feel like this is something that is wrong that they cannot stop looking at. Where it might just be they're in, like, an overly religious culture that is highly conservative about the notion of sex, and they also happen to have a high libido. And usually when they have a high libido, it is not an unnaturally high libido, because there's a lot of horny that happens in the world. Like, we wouldn't be here if people didn't get horny sometimes. Like, it is an unpleasant thing to recognize that your parents fucked to make you. Probably. Like, very few people are made in, like, an in utero kind of, like, system. Very few people are, like, test tube babies, you know? And by test tube, I don't mean, like, grown in a fucking tube in a lab. I mean, like sperm and egg were put into, like, a vial and then, like, allowed to do their thing or whatever, and then they were injected into someone. Yeah, it's unpleasant. But like, there are people who have unhealthy relationships with sex and unhealthy relationships with the way in which they consume media while they masturbate, certainly. And certain things that affect their self-esteem and affect their self-worth and affect their belief that there is something wrong with them, and then they will engage in that accordingly. But, like, that's not the same. That's not, I want to be clear, that's not an addiction. That's traumatic emotional baggage related to sex. Like, if someone only feels like they're worth something to someone else if that person likes to fuck them, then that person has a bad relationship with sex and their self-worth, not an addiction to sex, right? Like, if you have a high craving for sex, if you have a high libido, and you want sex a lot, I'm gonna be honest, more often than not, that's not an addiction. That is a desire for connection with other people, and you're not getting it. And you should maybe try and get, like, you should work on your actual general human connections. Because sometimes, listen, you really just want sex. You just want to feel good with someone else. But also, sex is a fun activity to do with people. So you may want to have fun with other people in a way where they actually like having fun with you, and you want to enjoy the time or experience of someone else in that regard. But that's not an addiction. like those are two different things. An addiction is like either a physiological or emotional, and emotional is a very like broad one, because usually it's not I don't feel right saying that like the emotional dependence on something is the same as an addiction on something. We're going in some weird tangents today. I hope you don't mind. But like an addiction is either there is something that I've introduced to my body because it helps me produce brain chemicals that I don't get enough of, or it does something for me that I don't get normally from like a safer system. Like people really commonly who have ADHD are way more prone to addiction because we have the disease where dopamine machine is broke. And so we don't get dopamine. We also don't have a lot of other neurotransmitters move correctly. So we have other issues. And like the most common thing that people see is like, if you're going to have a solution to a problem, like I take stimulant medication. It is totally possible for someone who has ADHD but doesn't have access to stimulant medication and a safe regulated dose of it to try and find other forms of stimulants that do the job. A lot of people drink a lot of coffee, and a lot of them drink it because they started drinking it and they found out that it helped them focus and stay alert longer. And it gave them some pep in their step. And then some people are like, yeah, I drink coffee because it makes my brain shut up so that I can actually do my stuff. And those people almost always have ADHD. Because stimulants don't work the same way in us. They just get things up to a certain level of high activity circulation and like dopamine production that we are able to do things again. Because like dopamine regulates your ability to move. It's not just the feel good chemical, it's also the go do things chemical. And we don't get it because dopamine machine broke. But like people who get into addictive situations are usually people who are lacking in forms of like either social connection or like a sense of personal control over their lives. So they can do this and escape the feeling of bad. And also this is something that they feel they have control over because they're choosing to do it. Right? Like they were stressed out, they didn't know what else to do, and there was something that would give them more energy and would settle out other parts of their brain and do something useful across the board for them. And it was something that was socially accepted in their area for their peers. So it's something like other people are already doing it, so it's okay if I do it. Peer pressure doesn't really work the same way a lot of people think it does, where like you get forced into doing something. Usually if you get forced into doing something like smoking or like, you know, cocaine or meth or something, like usually cocaine and meth and those sorts of things aren't things that you get forced to do in the first place. But like those are things that you like end up finding and then you're like, well, it does something and I can actually function as a human being for a minute, so that's cool. And it's usually people who are like trying to like deal with their other shit that go into having those sorts of like addictions because it fills a need for them that they don't get otherwise. Certainly there is the possibility of like having an emotional dependence on like sexual activity. I could easily believe in like sexual addiction as like an emotional thing, but like the way people talk about porn addiction as like a thing that you need to like, you have to do this, you have to watch porn. You don't though. You absolutely don't. And also it doesn't do the same stuff for you. Like people talk about like internet addiction, phone addiction, that sort of thing. And like certainly there is compulsive habitual behaviors related to that. But I still don't know for sure that you can call it an addiction, because an addiction is actually like that's an actual term. Like that's an actual thing. Like we're watering down addiction the same way we water down like depression, anxiety, OCD, and those sorts of things in the language, which kind of helps to make it more common to talk about, but it has the shitty side effect of also making it so no one takes those phrases or terms or concepts seriously, which doesn't really remove the stigmatization of like mental illness and that sort of thing. Another topic. But like when we're talking about addiction, right? When we're talking about addiction, addiction is like a specific issue where if you are having withdrawals from the thing. Because like libido and sex drive are things that are just kind of like always there at some level, even if the level is essentially zero. Like it exists on some sort of system. Like it is a process that your brain is capable of having usually. Like there are plenty of asexuals who have like a personal repulsion towards sex and an aversion towards sex. But among those people, there are certainly people who like never want to masturbate, don't feel the need to masturbate, and just don't want to, which is like totally normal. And then there's also people who like don't want to do stuff with other people, but do enjoy like masturbation because they still like to feel good. And like most of the time, like I feel like most of the time sexual repulsion is like a personal thing that can be influenced by your culture and your society. That's its own business. But like, honestly, and I want to be clear, saying this does not mean that like that you should assume this is always the case, or that you should assume this is never actually the case, that sort of thing. But like, there are ace people who never ever have sex. One of my favorite human beings on this earth, one of my oldest friends, is someone who is ace. Like straight up does not want to do the sex, doesn't like the concept of sex, does not like the concept of masturbation, does not feel the need to do that for themselves, does not want to do that, does not engage with it, has had several relationships go sideways because they don't wanna and their partner did, and their partner wasn't cool about it. Which is deeply fucked up. But like, that flavor of asexual absolutely exists. It's probably not even that uncommon. But there's also ace people who also enjoy sex. And as a result, I will say, like, anyone could be horny. Anyone can be horny. There's the potential level of horny at all times, right? There's an amount of libido, there's an amount of sex drive that could exist in a given individual. And there's never a point in time where that needs to be like a mark of shame. However, there are plenty of people who don't have healthy relationships with the concept of like sex and consent and other people's like, you know, stuff, and they end up being like really weird and awkward and really unpleasant. Exactly. Like, there's plenty of people who do not want to have sex, but do want to, you know, like, jork it. But there's also plenty of people who, like, they want to have sex, but they feel like it is some sort of spiritual or cosmic wrong to want that thing. And it's not evil to be horny. There's nothing wrong about being horny. The only thing wrong about being horny is when you inflict it on other people in a way that degrades or dehumanizes them, or removes their dignity. You don't send dick pics to people. I love getting to use this phrase, willy-nilly. You don't do that. Don't do that. That's sexual harassment. That's sexual harassment. Don't do that. That's harassment. A lot of people don't have good relationships with sex or a good way to communicate their desire for sex or connection. And that's how you get, like, fuckboys and pickup artists. Is because, like, other people, like, pounce on that lack of ability to, like, express and say you can do this is something that you can do to get what you want, but it's not really what you want. Like, pickup artists will not teach you how to have, like, an actual connection and treat a person like a human being and have a human connection with someone while you're fucking. Like, I'm very slutty. I'm not here to pretend I'm not. I'm not here to pretend otherwise. And I am here, though, to say, like, there's a lot of people who can't be, like, there's a lot of people who really have to make it weird and unpleasant. They make their horniness other people's problems, and that's not cool. And that is also not the same as a sexual addiction. They are not forced to do that outside of their own will. They're choosing to do that because they don't have sufficient regard for other people. We bounced around a bunch of things. Anyway, but yeah, no, like, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. It just kind of... I don't know why we're talking about this part. Welcome to the ADHD stream. Like, here's the thing. I don't want to... I'm not going to incriminate anyone. I'm not going to name any names. No one should name names. If somehow you find this on Twitch or on YouTube, do not ask me who, if it ain't you. But I have had sex with some of my friends. Not all of them are my friends anymore. Some of them are still my friends. I have had sex with friends. On rare occasions. And what makes the difference between I had sex with someone when we're no longer friends, and I had sex with someone and we're still friends, the big difference is how they treat me and themselves after that sex happens. And you can usually get a good vibe on who is going to be normal about it and treat it like a normal activity. That a thing that friends may do together sometimes. Alright? Some friends that are still friends have become weird after the sex has happened. And I have been like, I am no longer comfortable having sex with you. Because you're making it weird. And you're making it very uncomfortable. And there are some friends where the reason we had sex was because at some point we dated for a little bit. And we are still friends now. And we dated and we had sex while we dated. And then we also stopped dating and we did occasionally have some sex. Those are both things that have happened. And we are still friends because, one, we are able to communicate readily and like decently and get like the sort of like the grief and the pain and such that goes into like ending any sort of like romantic relationship, like that was handled in a mature fashion, and then we're able to remain friends, right? And so like one or two of my exes I have had sex with after we were no longer dating, which also I've had one ex who we had sex after we were dating, and that was honestly fine. They're cool about it. It's not a horrible situation. We're still friends. We still chat about shit. We still send each other shit posts, that sort of thing. Like, we're still on good terms. And then another one where that happened and that person got really weird about it and like got into this zone of like, no one will ever love me unless they can like have sex with me kind of situation. And I was like, that is not the case. And they were like, you have no right to argue against that because we had sex after we were dating. And I was like, well, okay then. That's kind of dick move. That's kind of like, why would you do that if you were like gonna like hold that against yourself and also me? Like, that's not cool. And like, just from those two situations, and there've been a couple of situations where people who are good friends of mine have been like, hey, we could do this thing. Do you want to do this thing? And I've been like, yeah. And then after they were like, I'm going to act like that was a conquest of mine. And I'm like, I'm not trusting you with any part of my existence ever again. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself forever and stay the fuck away from me. There's a lot of different ways this can go. And like, there's some friends where it's like, hey, Right? Weirdo behavior. Like, here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest. I don't get the people who, like, treat, like, everywhere they go as a potential place to find a date. I think it's very unpleasant behavior. I think it leads to that concept of, like, wanting conquests of some kind, like having sex with someone and having that isn't a matter of, like, having fun. It's a matter of, like, having your way with someone, which is... yeah. Like... like, there are people who are like, I got to do this, and not everyone gets to do that. So I get to wear it as a badge. I get to wear a ribbon that says, I fucked so-and-so. And they didn't. Or, like, and, like, that's usually where the, like... yeah, it's very unpleasant. And I don't care for it in any way, shape, or form. That's not how sex works. That's not what sex is. You can fuck your friends, but, like, you gotta be... listen, you gotta be cool about it. I am not going to... I could say some shit, Robo, right now. But I don't know if I'm ready for that to be on the internet. I don't think I'm ready. I don't think that's a thing. I've never fucked someone's mom as revenge for them being an asshole when they had sex with me. But it has crossed my mind. It has crossed my mind a couple of times. It was tempting a couple of times to seduce someone's mom because I knew they were into me, and I knew it was like a creepy older person, and I was an adult at the time. And, like, it crossed my mind. It did cross my mind. There's also someone who... weirdly, there's also someone who, like, we, like, fooled around a bit, but we didn't do anything, like, sexual. And, like, that happened. And then they were like... while they were breaking up with someone, I fucked Grum. I slept with Grum. As they were breaking up, as a way to throw it in someone's face. And I was like... hey! Fuck you. That person also came to me later and was like, this person said that you two... and I was like, no, we made out a bit. Like, that was the extent of it, though. Like, you two were not together at that point in time. Like, you were having a rocky relationship. You'd broken up for a period of time. We made out a bit. That was the end of it. The fuck? Hey, that's not cool. Like, people get weird about it sometimes. So, like, I'm not gonna pretend that fucking your friends is not a potentially fraught, engaged behavior. Frauding. But there are plenty of people who can be normal about it and have a healthy relationship with it. And, like, you shouldn't... like, it's weird that people are like, no, it's totally platonic and blah, blah, blah. Like, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. Like, you shouldn't make friends with someone with the goal of fucking them. Like, you shouldn't make friends with someone with the expectation that you will eventually have sex with them. Don't ever do that. That's fucking weird. That's fucking not cool. That is disingenuous, and it will fuck up the entire way that you become friends with that person. Don't do that. Don't do that. But, like, when you become friends with someone, you kind of, like, you do find the positive traits in that person. You do appreciate those people. And, like, as an activity that you can engage with people you feel safe around, sex is very fun and great. And if you feel comfortable doing that with someone who also happens to be a friend, I don't think that's wrong. And it also doesn't have to become a relationship. It doesn't have to become a romantic thing. Like, it doesn't have to be. Like, I don't think... Hang on. Like, there are a couple of friends who I know right now who would probably be down to have sex with another friend. I don't know currently if there's anyone who has, like, any precise motivation to, like, come here and fuck, right? Or have me go to them and fuck. I don't know if that's, like, an active thing right now. I do suspect it, but it's not a guarantee. Like, even with people that I have done things with before, there's no reason that they want to do it now. They may have just needed, like, sometimes you just need, like, a reminder that people like you. And a reminder that people can, like, see you in a certain way. Like, sometimes you do, like, you need, like, a self-esteem boost, right? And I'm honestly... That is a form of... It's kind of like a... As long as everyone knows what's up and everyone's cool with it, it's fine. And I'm not here to judge that or get on or get on that. But like hey, nice. But like also, I want to be clear. I'm a slut. This is the opinions and the philosophy of a slut revolving around sex with people they know. This is very clear. I want to be clear about that. I am specifically a type of slut. And I'm okay with that. I have a good life. I'm here for it. All right? Sparse Larkin knows what's up. She's cool with it. And if ever she's not cool with it, I hope to God she knows well enough that she can let me know. And I will do my best to respect that, because what the fuck? Like, we made oaths about it. We signed papers about it. Like, if that's an issue for her, like, God. I've let her know all the time, like, hey, if that's not cool, like, please say something. I'm going to let you know well ahead of time before I do anything with anyone. If there's even the remotest possibility I'll do anything with anyone, like, I'm letting you know. And if that's a problem, like, if that's a person where you're, like, not comfortable with that, like, it's not a matter of, like, veto rights. It's more a matter of, like, hey, I do want to know why. And I do want to understand that. Not as, like, a defense or, like, a retort, but, like, I want to understand the whole thing. Polyamory is weird anyway. But, like, there are people in real life that I know that I would be, if they were like, hey, could we maybe take off our clothes together and do something sexy? I would be like, absolutely yes. 100% immediately. I am totally down for that. But also, here's the thing. I don't generally pursue that as a thing. Like, I don't go out looking for trouble much. Despite my sluttiness and my openness to these things, I'm not really, like, actively pursuing it. You know? Like, I don't see my friends inherently as, like, people to seduce and have sex with. This is important, because there are people who do that, and it's really fucked. And I'm very uncomfortable about it. And I also understand being someone who is open to sex also means someone may assume that I am actively pursuing sex with other people. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not. Yeah, it's almost like they're people, and you should treat your friends like they're people. And the people that you fuck should be people that you, like, you don't have to know them super well, but you should be able to, like, enjoy them in the moment. Like, I'm not opposed to one-night stands. I want to be clear. But, like, that's still a people. Like, that's a person with, like, worries and hopes and dreams and a favorite food and, like that's a human being. You know? Anyway. But yeah, I don't think sex addiction is a thing. I don't think porn addiction is necessarily a thing. I don't think those are real things. And all of the, like, academic literature backs me up on that. Like, the only literature that is about and treats porn addiction or sex addiction as, like, legitimate things are almost always from, like, very religiously conservative, like, groups, or based off of very religiously conservative agendas. There's been very few things where they're like, is this a thing? Where they find out conclusively. Like, I've yet to find a study that goes, hey, is sex and porn addiction a thing? And their conclusion after going through a bunch of, like, people and research and that sort of thing, their answer is yes. Like, I've never found that. I've never once found that. There's plenty of that from, like, very conservative religious groups, and that's it. And, like, a conservative think tank or 5 that have been like, yeah, sex and porn addiction are real, and they're a problem, and they're the reason why we need to censor porn everywhere, because it is a dangerous material that could harm people just by watching it. And it's not. It's not. What? Listen. Sometimes, absolutely. Just like any industry in the world, there's exploitation that happens that can be harmful to the people who work on it. But that is true of every industry, ever, everywhere. It's not... Porn isn't special in that regard. People are like, oh, you're selling your body, and I'm like, hey, that's military, retail, and food service is also selling your body. All of those things are selling your body. Any form of labor is a form of selling your body and your time in your life. Like, it's every job forever. Do you not understand that? No, they don't. They don't want to understand it. Or they do understand it, and they believe that those jobs are fine because the people who are being degraded by other people are people who deserve it for being poor. But people who go into sex work and are still poor are people who are selling their bodies in a way that Jesus wouldn't like. And genuinely fuck that entire concept. But yeah, no, it's just, oh my god. Every time I hear people say, hey, that's someone who's porn addicted, like, no, they're not. There's someone who's lonely and is masturbating a lot. Probably, listen, they might be masturbating in a way that is detrimental to their ability to do other things. Like, it might, like, their sex drive is getting in the way of, like, them doing stuff. But, like, there's probably a number of factors going into their sex drive doing that. I don't think young folks who are like, here's the thing. I don't care if you're jorking it, like once or twice a day. Like, that seems a bit much to me. Like, that seems a bit much to me, but, like, there's tons of people who jork it, like, every day. Sometimes more than once a day. And I don't think those people are, like, evil or bad or wrong. And if they're able to, like, hey, listen, if they enjoy themselves during that process, and they're still going about their life, exactly, like, it could be a hobby. Jorking it. Not something you can find in a hobby shop, but you can use lotion or other forms of lubricant. There's plenty of forms of safe lubricant that you can use. But, like, I don't think that's evil. I don't think it's wrong. And, like, if you like watching people doing stuff, there's plenty of places to find that sort of media that you can enjoy. Do not use... yeah, no, don't use... I mean, I should hope that's ooh, that's a... Ooh. Oh, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't do that. Don't use hand sanitizer. Excuse me. Yeah, no, like, water is not itself a lubricant. Water is not itself a lubricant. Things that evaporate are not themselves lubricants under any circumstances. Use good like, be safe about it a little bit, you know? But, like, be kind to your body. But, like, I don't think, like... Listen, if someone's jorking it more than once a day, and they're still able to go about their day, and be a person, and be around other people, and enjoy other people's company, and, like, do stuff, that's fine. If there's someone who is, like, super depressed and self-isolated, and jorking it multiple times a day, I don't think that's a porn addiction. I think that's them trying to, like, deal with their depression in what is probably a non-productive fashion. I think that is them, similar to addiction, like, using that activity as a coping mechanism. And in that regard, like, the compulsive behaviors that you use for coping mechanisms, like, addiction is a process and it does become a compulsive behavior, but is usually one that involves some sort of physiological or emotional withdrawal. And that's the other thing. Addictions always run the risk of withdrawal. No one is going to die because they didn't jork it enough. No one's going to start having seizures because they didn't jork it for 2 months. Like, the medical outcomes of, like, alcohol and several other kinds of hard drugs. And alcohol, I will be honest, it's legal, it's everywhere. It's pretty brutal on your system when it comes to addiction. But that's because it produces a lot of different physiological effects that are, like, marked and important. And the removal of that substance, like the sudden removal of that substance, with no way to, like, keep the neurotransmitters moving correctly. Like, cold turkey hard alcohol addiction is, like, heavy alcohol addiction is dangerous because it can cause other issues. There is no amount of jork in it that's going to make you have a seizure because you stopped doing it. Okay? Your brain isn't going to run so low on all of the neurotransmitters that you die because you stopped jorking it. I hope KY Jelly is in the ad break. Oh my god. Personally, I think there's better lubes out there, but it's readily available. It's body safe. I'm not here to tell you not to use it if it works for you, all right? Sometimes there's some, like, harsh things, and it can, like, the way they use certain, like, preservatives can grow more stuff, and that's its own, like, but that's true of, like, all lube. Oh my god, a lube tier list? Well, that's going on the list of things I'm doing. Listen. My most recent ex... I'm not naming my most recent ex, but my former partner, we broke up. It was not great. But, like, one of the things that we actually both nerded out about was, like, sex toys and lube and, like, the production and the making of them, because they're fucking fascinating. Yeah, I know. Yesterday was Love Ends. I was literally late to stream partly because while I was eating and fixing stuff and, like, making everything work properly, I was also watching that stream and being like, hey, we gotta do stuff. I gotta, like, listen, there's a lot of these. I know a lot of... I could do a lube tier list. I could do, like, a sex toy brand tier list. No, not choking on my food. I was like, no. I know. There are so many toys there are so many devices that you can connect through your phone over long distances. There's a lot of them. There are many of them. There are so many brands that do that now because like, I think Lovence was the first one to get like really big about it, but there's been like a couple of prototype styles that got through in the past, and there's a couple of the toy brands that are like just they've made things that are like specific compatible. There's ones that are for like other streaming websites that have like connections and plugins and such, which is how a lot of those work. My expertise is like literary critique and sex toys, a bit, I guess. I don't like that those are the things that I am like ADHD hyperfixated on. Anyway, we're about to hit ad break. I'm gonna I don't know, I'm gonna refill my water, that's for sure. And yeah, I'll see you in a little bit. And then we'll talk more about this, I guess. Not game. Yeah, so my specialties are writing and literature, sex toys, and I guess getting injured. through either fights or other forms of violence, if anything that I've said during the Yakuza series is an indicator. But yeah, no, like, here's the thing. Like one of the main... Also, welcome back. I hope you had a good stretchings. I hope you got good water. I hope your water actually tastes good. But, like, I'm not... I have plenty of skills. I just, unfortunately, very few of them are good for, like, on stream. They're not, I don't know if they're things that I could demonstrate on stream without getting banned immediately. I don't know if... Like, I know, listen, we could do a lube tier list. I don't know if we could do, like, a sex toy identification thing without getting immediately banned because we're showing sex toys. I don't think we could do that. I could probably identify the make of most... Here's the problem. I can probably identify, if it's a major brand of sex toy, if it's any of the, like, big brands that are actually good at making sex toys, I could probably identify it decently. I have like a solid 70% chance. It's been a while since I've gone through and looked through and like seen sex toys or seen sex toy reviews. For some reason, my YouTube algorithm has sort of like not focused on those anymore, which is unfortunate because I used to have like 5 or 6 channels on YouTube where you just watch sex toy reviews and like other device reviews. There's some really good reviewers. Sometimes they also make, you know, content of that variety on other places that are not YouTube or Twitch. And I think that's pretty cool. But I don't know if that would be an appropriate activity for me, personally. Mainly because most toys are made for specific activities that I am not equipped to give an appropriate assessment of their abilities or of their qualities. That said, I know what most of these toys look like and how most of these toys work. And I usually know through those reviews and through other people like making good examples of how things would function or how they're supposed to function, whether or not those toys are actually good for anything. I am not going to pretend that I am as knowledgeable as my ex is on that regard, because that is their, like... I'm just gonna say, like, I don't know if they have, like, autism or ADHD for sure, in any capacity, but, like, it's definitely their special interest. It's definitely the thing that they focused on and, like, really, really, really honed in on as, like, a thing they wanted to know and be, like, fully apprised about all the time. And I'm good, yeah. Also, that is also a thing that I am a fan of. Not a thing that I can talk about in detail on a channel on Twitch. I don't think. I don't think that, even though it is educational, is something that Twitch would be cool with. Maybe I should start streaming on Fansly. Maybe one day I'll start streaming on Fansly. Maybe if there's enough interest for that and there's enough people here who actually give a shit, I could do that. Yeah, I would like to not be banned, so we're not going to do that. But, like, a lube tier list is just a bunch of bottles. And the bottles never have, like, images that depict anything. So, like... we could do that here. We could easily do that here. Yeah, I've tested a lot. I've tested I've tested a lot of different brands of lube. I feel like such an asshole talking about this. Okay, like I'm not... Listen, I don't want to talk about this and sound like I'm some really cool person who has lots of sex. Okay? Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm not. I am a dork-ass nerd, and I'm not here to pretend that I'm fucking all the time, alright? I'm not. I want to be clear, this is not me bragging or anything. It's just that, like, you know, there's been enough people who have been interested in, like, sexy science of some category, and, like... there are some places... there are some places that have, like, a better place to talk about that in detail. And I don't want to, like... I don't want to make it sound like I am some very suave, debonair person who has a lot of game, and, like, no. Every relationship that I've gotten into, I got into by accident. And it just escalated from there, and it got out of hand, and it kind of got away from me. And, like, I didn't plan to do any of these things. This wasn't on purpose. I need you to understand that. This is not me saying that, like, I'm not a cool person. Because I'm literally not I'm not saying that to be self-deprecating. I'm like, just factually, I am not a cool person. I'm not cool. I am a dork-ass nerd, and I'm like, hey, the nervous system is cool and interesting. I want to learn about it, so I did. And some of the nervous system goes to certain parts of the body that are used for sex. All right? Like, that's a thing. Okay, that information was tangentially relevant because sometimes people actually want to do things with me. And that is still baffling to me because I find myself, like, I look at myself and I see, like, just a very unhinged, like, unnerving looking person. Because in real life, like, obviously I don't look like this. Like, in real life, I look very different. And I also just have the general resting face of someone who is waiting for an excuse to kill another human being. Like, I understand that. I have some sort of, like, serial killer resting bitch face. And it is... I don't know why that is anyone's anything. But it's been more than 0 people something. And I don't know why. I don't know why. Like, I've been open to this thing and it's happened once or twice. It doesn't happen on a weekly basis. It doesn't happen on a monthly basis. All right? Like, it's not a thing that happens all the time. I need to be clear. Just because I have done some sex activities does not mean I have, like, a standard hobby of always doing sex activities. Like, I think it has been... Oh no. Okay, well, it's been... It hasn't been this calendar year. It hasn't been this calendar year. I may have been a booty call for someone in the past, like, 18 months. That's something I should remember. I know, but I'm not, like, here's the thing. I'm not... Having sex doesn't make you cool, alright? I'm sorry. You can look cool while you have sex, and that's a fine motivation to exercise and whatnot. Like, there's no bad motivation to, like, keep your body moving and active, because that just boosts your longevity as a human being and, like, lets you live longer with happier and able to, like, be more resilient for injury and that sort of thing. That's all great. There's no wrong motivation for it. If you exercise because you want to look cool during sex, that's just as valid as any other reason you'd exercise. But, like, I'm not someone who, like, this isn't the focus of my existence, right? Like, I promise. Like, this isn't... It isn't. I, like... No, sometime in the last 18 months, I definitely did hook up with someone. Shit. No, that definitely did happen. When, though? What? When, though? My brain is too fried right now for this. Okay. The thing is, though, when you're a dork-ass nerd about sex toys and about the concept and, like, understanding how, like, BDSM works and people's fetishes work, when that is a thing that you are interested in on, like, not even an, ooh, I want to do all these things level, but, like, wow, people are weird level. Like, people's fetishes are fucking fascinating to me. That is, like, just a, wow, you really want to, like, wear that or do that or interact with that body part? That's a thing that you, like, are into? Wild. Can't understand it. Maybe it's a little gross. That's not a judgment, though. I want to be clear. Humans are gross. Humans are gross. Human bodies are gross. We produce so many gross things. Gross smells, gross fluids, gross solids, gross everything. Everything we do is gross. Human bodies are so gross. I think it's fascinating. I think it is so fucking neat that we have this weird amalgamation of, like, bacterias and tissues and shit that, like, does stuff. We have nervous systems that do all sorts of wild stuff. If you push or rub or mess with certain parts in a certain way, like, during certain, like, social contexts, it matters sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. And, like, just the human body is gross and fascinating, and I think it's really cool. Okay? I don't think something being gross is a reason to not think it's cool and fun and interesting. Okay? That's me. Gross stuff is interesting sometimes. It is. Weird stuff is interesting. If something is weird, I'm good. That's good to me. Like, that's interesting. I'm into that. I'm into weird things because I think they're nifty. It's not even like I'm into some weird stuff. Like... Yeah, no, I don't think any of my stuff is particularly weird on, like, the human spectrum of shit. Like, the human spectrum of, like, activities involves a lot of there's some really niche kinds of, like, things that people do for the sake of, like, getting their rocks off, and I think it's fucking fascinating. And, like, all of that is just so goddamn interesting to me. But I have... any game or Riz or whatever you want to call it that I have is so, like, contextually, like, niche and specific that, like, so I want to be clear. It doesn't matter what age you are. There is no amount of sex that makes you cool. There is no amount of sex that makes you a cool person. Sex doesn't make you cool. I want to be clear about that. You can feel cool doing it. You can feel cool about your body with it. Like, I'm going to be honest, I'm pretty sure in the last 5 years, I definitely did. I definitely did hook up with someone who was a friend because they needed a self-esteem boost and they were hot. Like, they were hot and they needed to be, like, reminded of that in a, like, tangible fashion. And I definitely hooked up with them a couple of times in the last 5 years. Specifically because I was like, you cannot be this sad about existence when you look that good. Right? Like, that's a thing. That is... Like, I gotta see if they're down for me fixing that a little bit. I gotta. Like... Can't be that fucking cute and be like, no one likes me. Fuck off with that. Anyway. But, like, it was a specific situation and a specific person where, like, that was a thing. And there was no other point of that where, like... Like, it wasn't a matter of, like... You need to be reminded that people can love. And it wasn't like, ooh, there's someone who's vulnerable or some shit like that. It was just like... You can't be getting down on yourself. You cannot be getting down on yourself. And acting like you're unwantable or some shit like that. In that way. Anyway. But like... I mean, getting down on yourself is not the same as going down on yourself. You can go down on yourself. I would not mind seeing that. That's pretty cool, actually. That's impressive. Can't be comfortable, but like that is impressive. Yeah, kiss the homies. Also, I don't offer that stuff to people most of the time because I get how weird it is that I am chill with that. I get how not normal it is that I am chill with that. I'm chill with that. Not everyone is chill with that. Case in point, part of the rule of, like, don't make it weird is, like... Like, don't compare me to your partner's ex or current. Don't, like, get all up in my business forever and ever about it. Don't make it be, like, a thing of, like... You get to be smug about it. Don't do those things. Don't make it weird. But like also, it is weird. The thing we're doing is already weird. The thing that we have done is already a weird thing. I'm not here to pretend it isn't a weird thing. I'm not here to act like that is something that everyone is chill with. Okay? That's not it. That's not the vibe. Some people are not okay with that, okay? And that's fair. That's reasonable, okay? Just like me being okay with it is reasonable and fair. Other people not being okay with it is totally reasonable and fair. As long as they're not trying to, like, judge me or whoever I'm hooking up with, it's fine. But, like... I'm gonna be honest. Usually, if someone's able to be chill about it, there's not a lot of reasons not to. Like, I'm not going to say everyone should fuck their friends. Because that's fucking irresponsible. But, like, if you're cool with it and they're cool with it, get in on that, you know? Like, get in on that. There's nothing wrong with it. People are always like, oh, it'll ruin the friendship. It doesn't ruin the friendship. The only way it ruins the friendship is if the friend is not well adjusted in any way, shape, or form. All right? If you can be a mature adult about it, you're fine. Like, it's not complicated. It's not complicated. It doesn't have to be complicated. It can be complicated. It doesn't have to be complicated. It can become very complicated. I'm not here to say there aren't risks and there aren't issues. All right? I'm not here to say it's perfect. I'm not even here to say necessarily that it is wise. Okay? But if they can be a mature, chill adult about it, and you can be a mature, chill adult about it, then there's no reason that you can't do stuff with your friends. You can kiss the homies. You can suck and fuck the homies as far as I'm concerned. It's not my business. It's certainly not my right to judge. But, like, there are a number of friends that I know in real life that I would be down to do things with. And they're never going to be, because that's not how it works. And I want to be clear, that's fine. That's also fine. Like, all of these things are fine, but, like, there are a number of people probably, based off of the people who have asked me about it, who would like to do things with me, and I've said no, because they're a person that I can't be normal about it with and not make it weird. Or they're in a situation where it would make it weird. And it's a thing. But, like, there are some times in some places where you can do that with some friends. And I would say, if you can, and it's okay, you're more than welcome to. Not that you should, not that you have to, and not that you absolutely must not, because they're your friends and that betrays them. No, fuck that. Like, do things with your friends sometimes. You can do things with your friends sometimes. It's okay. And it doesn't have to become something else. It doesn't have to be a different thing. It doesn't have to, like, become a different thing. Am I moving this VOD to YouTube? How much? All right, so let's talk about... Sorry, I get mad about this because, like, a lot of people are like, monogamy is the natural way that human beings are. And they'll say that to my face. Or they'll be like, oh, that person doesn't love that other person because they fuck other people. And I'm like, that's not how that works. That's not what that means. That's not how it's set up. That's not anything. You're fucking wrong. There is no natural state of human relationships. None of it. It's all socially constructed based off of the norms, standards, and, like, ranges of acceptability that people have with things, which varies from, like, a group of people to group of people. And there is no reason to force one group of people's standards and limits on another group of people. If everyone's cool with it and everyone's, like, boundaries are being respected and what, there's no reason to fuck with that. Anyway, but, like, there's a lot of people who are like, oh god, that didn't... Like, there are people who have stated a number of things to me and stated certain judgments about me and made certain assumptions about me and my relationships because of the way I interact with other people in that regard. And, like, I am not here to put... I'm not here to judge. Okay? I'm not. But I am gonna judge the people who say this shit to me. Because they are bringing it to me and acting like they're trying to tell me that I need to be a different kind of person. And I am not the kind of person they want me to be. And some of those friendships are a bit strained as a result. Especially when they're like, oh, so you'll do things with that person, but not with me. Which is very uncool. And like, I don't know. It bugs the shit out of me. That's not why I started talking about this. We came here from a number of different things and other standards and stuff. We talked a lot about very adult topics here, but we avoided, like, a lot of political shit. Yeah, like I have a group of friends that, oh, hey, so, I've been informed that some of the people who watch this stream are from, a specific group of friends that are at various stages of, like, monogamy or non-monogamy. And I do want to be clear. You should know by now that I'm not in the monogamy zone. Like, that's not who I am as a person. And, like, that's its own thing. But, like, if you're gonna start pointing fingers at people for, like, doing things a certain way or being a certain way, that you should absolutely go fuck yourself. You should 100% go fuck yourself. And that my rage about these things is at least indirectly about you. But at the same time, there are other friends in that friend group where I'm like, hey, don't be a dick. I know this is but, like, don't be a dick about it. Because, like, there are many friends that I'm close to that I will not be doing things with in that regard. That I do not have any intention of ever doing anything sexual with. And do not want to. But we're still good friends, and I still like spending time with them. And that's important. And that's not wrong. It's not wrong to not want to fuck everyone in the friend group. Just like it's not wrong to want to fuck some people in the friend group. If that's a thing that you're doing, if that's something that you're angling for. Also, maybe, if you have feelings for someone, and you're having a problem, like, talking about them, maybe, if you're getting grumpy about the fact that other people are having fun and you aren't, maybe also get your head out of your ass. Just consider it. Consider removing head from ass. Also, leave me out of any drama that is produced by y'all, because, like, I'm avoiding that shit like the plague anyway. But like, a lot of folks in these groups of people that I interact with, Robo, no! Oh, God. But, like, so many people are, like, so shitty about it, and, like, I know that they don't like me. I know they don't like me because they either they know that I've, like, done things with someone, or they suspect that I've done things with someone, and I don't know who the fuck they're suspecting or who they know. Because, like, I don't really go pursuing this sort of thing. I don't do that much. Like, please, just get your head out of your ass. For the love of God. And, like, sometimes people do, like, the non-monogamy thing, they find out it's not right for them, and then they stop doing it. And that's also fine. That's also fine. The point of the lived experience is to, like, figure out what you are okay with and what you enjoy, and find the things, and go and hone in on, like, living a life that you can be, like, happy about. Like, more than accomplishments. That's the main thing. Anyway, I'm gonna... Some people have gotten, like, really specifically targeting me about certain things. It's been a long time since it's been an issue, but, like, back when I lived in the place before we lived here, and before I was streaming on a regular basis, like, one of the biggest things was just, like, the weird amount of, like, passive-aggressive judgment that I got for, like, dating someone while married. And like very specifically that thing, because they were like very sure that I was trying to like replace the person I was married to, or like that was the assumption. And then like even when that wasn't the case, they just decided to like keep believing that. And like that honestly had nothing to do with whether or not either of those relationships worked out. And one of them has continued to work out, and I'm still in it right now. And one of them did not work out for like completely unrelated reasons to the other partner in the situation. And like, anyway, but like, anyway, I'm gonna stop being a salty bitch about this situation, and we're gonna change subjects a little bit. So like a couple of things that I wanna go back to review real quick. Pornography is not inherently harmful. Porn and sex addiction are not really things per se. There are things that do produce. There are things that are like addiction adjacent. Certainly, they can happen in regards to one's relationship with sex, masturbation, and pornography. Absolutely, I'm not here to say that, but like to call it an addiction is almost always to imply some sort of physiological downside to removing that thing. Like there's always going to be some kind of danger. Like there's going to be some effect that it can have on you. That will be noted and like very serious and can be dangerous. Like withdrawal is a thing, and it can cause a lot of troubling symptoms and a lot of dangerous things to happen to your body. And there's no amount of jorking it or fucking that is going to like cause you to have those sorts of things. So like the neurochemical dependence thing is like you can't directly associate it in that way without getting into a lot of like really spurious scientific conclusions that you really can't trust. So like saying it's an addiction is not a great idea. And like people who are like the thing is, especially in like VTubing, there's a lot of people who have very specific ideas about why people watch VTubing is because they're into anime porn and that sort of thing and that sort of business. And like they're not. That's not a requirement in any capacity here. But also, more importantly, like, even ignoring the various parasocial issues of, like, having someone that you have a conversation with on a regular basis that you don't know super well, and, like, having an imagined sort of familiarity with that person, even if you don't actually know each other in real life, that is a big thing, and that is a concern, and that also redirects into, like, the unhealthy attachments that people have with that sort of thing. But the goonerism and like the coomerism kind of like concepts in my mind do seem like those are people seeing like certain incomplete context situations or zero context situations and then like making a lot of like assumptions based off of it. And like it's a really weird concept to be so like devoted to like believing that this is a thing and that like sex is somehow like a bad thing because it makes you less marketable and advertisable. I don't know. But that has to do with like the issues of like society's views on sex and how that relates to people in entertainment and that sort of thing. And like there's a bunch of stuff there, and like there's a bunch of people who do VTubing who also make like adult content and that sort of thing. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's great. Like, they're entertainers. Here's the thing. My understanding is that to be a gooner, one must goon as the verb, right? And my understanding is that gooning is like tantric edging, but without the like the religious / spiritual concepts of the tantra. But it's just applying that to like jorking it. And like if you do that as like a meditative process, one, I feel like that I do feel like that's an unusual way to like do meditation. But I don't think it's evil. It's only when you like start acting in a way that like dehumanizes others or harms others that it would become wrong, right? Like when you only see people as like material to fantasize about, like real actual people as material to fantasize about. Like porn stars are performers. At the end of the day, they're putting on a show. Doesn't matter if they enjoy their work or not. They're putting on a show. Yeah? Like, that's a show, but like that's still an actual person. That's still real people. If you're doing things to like anime porn, that's not an actual person. But like it's still a work that people put effort into, right? So like there's still voice cast, there's still animators, there's still that sort of thing. And like that's I don't see why people hate that so much. I'm not like into here's the thing. I'm not in that zone as much. Like I don't know any animators. I don't know any like and maybe this is to my detriment of understanding, but like if you've just got like a fetish for like edging it in that capacity, or if you just gotta like, if that's a thing, then like, I don't think there's a moral judgment to associate to that. The moral judgment to associate to that is when you like stop seeing other people, even the other people that you're jorking it to, as people, right? Like that's the only. So like if you're gonna associate like the goonerism and gooning to like the people who like don't treat the people who are like they're like wank fuel as like anything other than wank fuel, like that's a problem. That's unhealthy. Like that's super unhealthy. But like as long as they're not doing that, I don't see where the problem is. Like are they doing anything else in the process of their lives? Are they engaging with other activities that they enjoy? Are they doing things that they like? Because if all you're doing is beating your meat, right? If the only thing you do is beating your meat, I don't know if that's an addiction so much as that is just like a bad sign for your emotional well-being. Yeah? Like that's not the sign of a happy and well-adjusted person. Like, that's not the sign of someone who's doing, like, all of the things that they enjoy. They're doing one thing they enjoy, probably to the detriment of doing other things that they would enjoy or do enjoy. Or taking care of themselves, or taking care of, like, people if they're a caretaker person who has a responsibility. Like, if all they're doing is this one activity, certainly that is a cause for concern, but it's not like a moral wrong. It's not evil. It's just kind of sad. But like at the same time, if there's someone who is interacting with other people, even if it's just to talk about the shared enjoyment of this activity, that is still, as Leech said, that's a hobby. That's not, you're still talking with people, you're still interacting with people, you're still engaging with people. And as long as you're not treating like anyone who's working on the stuff that you're enjoying in that capacity and you're, benefiting from, like as long as you're treating those people like people and giving them the right like decency and respect as human beings and whatnot, like I don't know what's wrong with that. I don't see what's wrong with that. Like, And also, I'm just gonna level with you. Yeah, like there's like, as long as you aren't harming yourself in this process, you're like, masturbation is not inherently self-harm. It's really not. But like people really want to get into the idea that like sex addiction and porn addiction are things when they're certainly compulsive sexual behavior is a concern. And obsessive sexual activity is a concern. It's a concern, but it's not the same as an addiction necessarily. And also it's not the same as like any of the things that we could attribute as bad as related to sex. I don't know. It's wild to me that people get so like, a lot of people get really weird about sex, and a lot of people get really weird about like any sexual attraction or activity. Like, all sexual attraction is bad, all sexual attraction is wrong. Finding someone attractive or hot or interesting in any capacity in that regard is like a bad thing, and I think that's deeply fucked. I think it's deeply fucked up that you would like hold all of that as like a bad thing. Because like all that's going to teach you is like that you having those urges, you having those desires is wrong. Is normal. Like, sometimes you see pretty people and you think they're very pretty, but you don't have to like objectify them or tell them, hey, yada yada yada, I'm going to jerk it to you, because that's fucked up. You don't got to do that. Even if that's a thing you're going to do, you don't got to tell them and make it their fucking deal. Also, if you interact with them like they're, you know, a human being, but then you go home and you jerk it to them, that's also not evil. That's just fantasy. That's just fantasizing about a person. That's not evil, and that's not special. A lot of people do it. A lot of people did that. People have been doing that since the dawn of humans. Like, to be fair, a lot of this for me is kind of abstract, because like, I don't really jork it a lot. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like, it's not a high ranking priority activity, you know? Like it does have a priority, but like it's not a high one. There's a lot of other stuff that's like more important than jorking it. Yeah, no, I'm not going, but like, so for me, like, thinking about the concept of someone like focusing on that as an activity for themselves, or like engaging with it in some like, this is abstract. I'm not like a constantly horny person. But also, to be clear, I have like healthy outlets for that sort of thing, you know? Like, I didn't always have a healthy relationship with sex, but I've never had like one that was so bad that like I might need therapy about it. And I never thought I was an evil person for like being horny, but there are some people here on Twitch, there's like a lot of people that like, they'll start talking about like folks who get horny like they're some sort of evil people. And it's weird. That's weird to me. It's weird that someone's like, oh man, I need somebody, and if I don't get somebody, like, I'm a bad person, but also wanting somebody makes me a bad person. But it doesn't. Like, it's also not wrong to not want people, but like, it's not wrong to want someone there, even if it's not like the most wholesome thing ever, you know? Like, I don't know. It's like, society's become very alien to me. like a lot of modern societies become very alien to me, and I know there's a segment of society that's always been this way, but like, it's concerning. And it's also like there's various groups that I am a part of that are like, that get weird about it, and I don't know how to, I have a good way to like talk with people about it, and also like it doesn't feel like the problem is it always feels like it's something that is a settled topic. Like the thing that I hate the most about my own speech habits and behaviors is that a lot of the time IRL, when I'm talking, a lot of people seem to think that I'm very sure of what I'm saying, and a lot of other people also sound like they're very sure about what they're saying, and so it sounds like these things are like, sometimes I state facts and I'm like, hey, this isn't really up for debate. It's not really even like a discussion topic where there's alternate viewpoints. There's a correct one and there's an incorrect one, and there's a fact about the scenario. And like a lot of what I'm talking about here is just like a fact about the scenario. Like what I'm saying here isn't a matter of like just my opinion. It is my opinion coupled with various facts. But like the facts of the situation are like, there is no moral element to sex. Like sex itself is not a moral or immoral action. And it's weird that everyone pushes that as a thing that is a moral or immoral action, when it does not have that element to it on its own. That's weird to me. Cause like, how I was raised, there isn't really anything attached to sex that makes it a moral or immoral action. It's just an activity that people do sometimes. And it's weird and kind of gross, but like not in a way where like you need to feel bad or make people feel bad for enjoying it or doing it. You know? And there's a lot of weird ways that people like to do it, but that also doesn't make it or them bad. Like as long as they're not causing like harms to other people, then it's still like a sexy activity, and that's fine. And that's the thing, if like on here I see a lot of people being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do like, I gotta like stop being such a horny person. I gotta stop being horny. I gotta be better. And I'm like, for the ads? Harm is different from like physical sensations like injury. When I say harm, I mean like lasting damage. Like actual lasting damage. Meaningful damage. Such as non-consensual activities. I do not consider non-consensual activities, even if they involve sex acts, non-consensual activities are harms. Spanking someone who asks you to, or choking someone who asks you to, is not a harm. Unless you break something. Or damage certain, like, stuff, or kill them. Like, then it becomes harm. And most likely harm that involved very poor communication between parties. Or one person's desire to dehumanize, degrade, and otherwise violently abuse someone, which is also not the same as, like, sex. Like factually speaking, rape is an act of violence, not an act of sex. Like, it involves sex. It involves sex acts, but it is not a consensual action, so it's an action of violence. Like, it's not the same. Like, sex is a consensual activity, where everyone who's doing it is agreeing to doing it, and ideally enjoying doing it. But more importantly, like, there's, like, there's a difference there. It's the, just like getting into a fist fight. If both people agree to get into a fist fight, then it's like, it's a match. And if both parties don't necessarily consent to doing it, then it's, you know, assault. There's also a lot of things where, like, even if both people consent to it, it's still, like, mutual assault. But then it becomes harder to, like, charge anyone with crimes if no one's willing to press charges because, you know, if they both consented to it, it's a thing. And, like, there are various external mandates on that for, like, the US specifically. Where I live, there is a voluntary combat ordinance, last I checked, which means that you can, unfortunately, you do have to get the police involved, but you can have police witnesses while you fist fight with someone. That's a thing you can do. But, like, even that's different from, like, you know, rape. I don't know. I'm using harm in, like, a very specific jargony kind of way, but harm is, like, a general phrase, so I did, just to clarify about it. Like, I get that harm is also a general phrase, but, like, I'm using it in, like, the like, the specific context of, like, actually doing, like, lasting physical or emotional damage to someone. Like, forms of abuse. Yeah. Yeah, no. I didn't catch that until, like, partway through how I was talking. My apologies on that. We are already almost to another... Jesus Christ, I've been yapping for fucking 3 hours. I've been yapping for 3 hours. What the fuck? What the actual shit? Alright, well... Fuck, man. But yeah, there's, like... The yapping? I mean, no, it's just like a regular stream activity. We can do some games though. I mean, if you know, we can also talk about something else because this is, yeah. This is also admittedly a fraught topic. Anyway, we're about to hit ad break, so I'm gonna go to ad break. I'll see you all in like a few minutes. Stretch your legs, get your waters, do what you gotta do. You know how this works. See you in a little bit. I didn't have a plan today. So it's not like we're going against a specific plan. But holy shit, we've been, like, chatting for, like, 3 hours. What the fuck? I'm glad y'all are having fun. Hope you're all cool with that. Also, I got messaged a couple collab offers, which is going to be great. So you might see more of Howie on this channel because we might be streaming at the same time at some point in the future. So that'll be fun. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all good. Here's the thing. I'm pretty open about this stuff. Like, even in real life, I'm pretty open about this stuff. It's just that it doesn't come up very often, so, like, I don't usually have to talk about it. But, like, I don't know. It's also weird that, like, okay, so I live in the United States. I grew up in a really shitty, like... In the US, there is a category of town. It is the highway junction town. Alright? Usually, there is some position on a highway, on a major throughway of traffic, where products are made or distributed through that area. And I grew up in one of those. There aren't a lot of good jobs that aren't like either in the like production of the material or in the distribution of things. So there's not a lot of jobs there. Everyone's kind of broke. The whole place looks kind of sad, and you don't feel like you have a future there. Most of these towns get pretty conservative. Most of them have a lot of like very right-wing leaning motherfuckers in them, and the majority of people there don't really care about deeper political stuff or like doing a bunch of whatever. But like, the thing is, I grew up in this shitty town, and I thought I got like kind of a subpar education because like we lived in a shitty town, so I just assumed that I had a bad education. But I learned that like when I learned all about the anatomy of the human body, and when I learned about like basic pathology and virology, and when I learned about basic fucking like anatomy, and when I learned like decent level 2 calculus mathematics, and when I learned like proper like literary criticism and writing techniques and that sort of thing, and when I learned about history in a way that actually like didn't try to make the United States look like a magic superhero that was saving the day and never doing any wrong, that was actually like a good comprehensive education. And then I went to college after working a shitty distribution job for a couple of years. And, we did, like, the life sciences and things, and we did mathematics, and I, found so many people who were like, I never learned this earlier, but you should really learn this in middle and high school, and I definitely already knew it. Like, a lot of this stuff is just stuff that I kind of, like, I was given the opportunity to, like, learn about, and then I did, or I was required to learn about it as part of my educational process, and, like, and somewhere at, like, the end point, because, like, I graduated, what, 2007? From high school? Like, somewhere after that point, and, like, I could even see it kind of starting to crumble around the edges, in terms of, like, the kinds of curricula that were produced for the schools. Like, some of it got kind of fucked up a little bit, but, like, there was a lot of pushback against that, against, like, just a lot of the weird, like, censorship changes to a lot of educational stuff. So, like, they might have been, like, you know, kind of conservative, but they weren't, like, anti-knowledge, you know? And I didn't appreciate it that at the time, but like, this is like normal shit to talk about, as far as my brain is concerned. Also, I was, raised amongst a raucous horde of lesbians, so like I have like, I had like a dozen moms, at least 3 to 5 of which are still alive to this day, because they were, older lesbians. But like, people get old and die. That's a thing people do. But like, like that wasn't like a lot of where I learned, the basic facts of like how the human body works. Like, there are people who don't know how the like the setup is for like they don't know, how do I phrase this? Some people think that you might pee out of your vagina, which is not how that works. You have a urethra. That's not how that works at all. There's some people who don't know that, like, yeah, like, there are some people who don't know that there's like that you have a specific opening there that is just for the pee. That's the thing. It's there. It's visible. If it's not open, bad things happen. There's also people who don't understand that, like how the testes work on the human body. Like, they're like, there's a lot of like basic anatomy stuff that people just don't know. Or like how viruses and other infections get classified as STDs and STIs. STIs is the more common term, I believe. But like, sexually transmitted infections are never just things that you only catch from sex. They're all things that are just like highly contagious and like can pass through membranes. So you can catch them in other ways. Like, just like you don't only get pink eye from like having poop or something poop adjacent, and the bacteria from poop like up on your eyes. Like, you don't have to have like someone fart on your pillow or like have someone like throw like a cow pie at you or something, however, or like not wash your hands after wiping when you go poop or something. Like, there's plenty of other ways to get pink eye. It's a very contagious style of bacteria that can get there anytime you touch your face, and you've touched a contaminated object that doesn't have to be poop itself. Like, a lot of infections for like mononucleosis, which is also like, it's the kissing disease, it's mono. Like, you can catch it from kissing, but you can also just catch it from someone like coughing in your area because it's a really contagious virus. Like, syphilis is one of the most successful propagators, virally speaking, ever. Or bacterially speaking, I think, because I believe syphilis is one of the ones that you cure with antibiotics. So it might just be like a really good bacteria that like gets on your shit, and then you just get touched with fucking syphilis and you're infected. Like it's very curable, but it's also like very contagious. There's a lot of ways to get it that don't involve you having sex. And like there's a lot of them. Like, genital warts is just like HSV, which is like genital warts are just like regular warts. If you have warts anywhere, then you have the same, generally-ish, like, it's not the exact same virus, but like it's the same style of virus as like warts anywhere else on the body. And like, that's a thing that you should like be aware of. Also, we have a vaccine for that, so that you don't have to worry about HSV anymore causing certain cancers to occur, which is great, and you should get it regardless of like what you're dealing with in terms of your like your hardware in the genital area. It's just a good idea. It's a good vaccine in general to have, so that you don't spread that stuff, and you're more like resistant to catching it and producing like various cystic growths in your body. It's just good for you. There's also like fucking like, oh yeah, great news. I love living in the future. We actually have treatments for HIV that make people like not have to deal with the virus anymore. We have effectively cured HIV. We can effectively cure HIV and prevent its progression to AIDS. Like, we have that. Where you can have the HIV virus, but as long as you take this medication, you don't exhibit any of the symptoms, you don't have any of the same style of like severe immune deficiency issues, and you don't spread it to other people. We have the power to shut that shit down. Like, we also have, what's really cool is like the survival rates for like cancers. Survival rates for cancer beyond 5 to 10 years, like, has skyrocketed. Like, we've gotten so much better at curing diseases and, like, treating problems that produce diseases and, like, fixing shit. And even the things that we can't perfectly cure, we can still treat to the point where, like it's a non-issue a lot of the time. Like, we're actively developing a functional, valid, good, and reliable vaccine for HIV. Like, that killed millions of people. There's the YouTuber, John Green, his like pet project right now is like getting tuberculosis to stop being a thing, because like tuberculosis is a bacterial infection. You can fix it with antibiotics, and like people still die to that more than anything else in the world. That's its own thing. Like, more than COVID killed, more than HIV killed, like tuberculosis is like one of the biggest killers on the planet historically. It's a huge thing. You can listen to that guy rant about it on the internet. Just look up John Green, and he's probably talking about it at this point. but like there's a bunch of people who are like, hey, we can fix problems and we should fix them, and then they do. Like, the reason you don't hear about like acid rain all the time, and the reason you don't hear about the hole in the ozone, like, is because those are things that we've actually worked to fix. We worked to stop those things, and it worked. People were like, hey, we gotta save the whales, and we've been saving the whales, and they're no longer, like, a bunch of whale species are no longer endangered because they're at, like, good, sustainable numbers and aren't getting, like, hunted out to extinction anymore. Like, there's so many good things that happen in the world, and there's so many things that are, like, health, life, and, like, environmental science things that, like, we do well, and we're doing well. Like, I know society at large is, like, going into this weird, like, shit spin of, like... of like this huge encroaching like issue of fascism that is also like undermining a lot of those efforts, which is fucked. And that's also one of the many reasons you should always fight fascism, is that they stop good things from happening so that they can steal money and kill the people who try to stop them. Like, that's why you stop fascism. That's why you fight fascism. Like, it's a very concrete and simple reason why you fight fascism. You don't buddy up with them. You shut them down, you kill them as necessary, and you burn them out of their places in society and in like government, to the best of your ability. You resist them at every turn. Like, you just shut that shit down every day, always. And the reason why is because like they fuck up everything. They fuck up, that's their first rule, is they fuck up everything that is actually like making the world better for people and making the world easier for people. But yeah, we've got like a bunch of cool shit going on in the world, and like there's a bunch of health and life science stuff that like I learned about and I got to keep up with and hear about because I've surrounded myself with like a whole lot of cool and talented people. Whether it's like artists, scientists, engineers, like I know there's like this there's this one factor as to why I've been surrounded by a bunch of like really science and engineering people in my adult life. Like, I have a lot of like some of my best friends that I like play Pathfinder and D&D and other tabletop games with. Like, we have like between the like 8 of us, 10 of us, we've got like multiple degree carrying people, but we also have a bunch of like people who like went to college and it didn't work out for them and they just kind of fucking hated it. And so they just like worked other jobs and got other skill sets. Like there's a trained chef in there. There's like a whole ass chemist. There used to be more than one whole ass chemist, but one of them left and kind of got into a weird relationship and broke up after breaking up with someone, and like that was messy and weird. But like there's a whole bunch of like really smart, cool people that I got to grow up with and hang out with. And then I got to meet in college a whole other group of really cool, smart people. And then from there, meet other groups of cool, smart people. And like some of these like tertiary groups of people that I've run into, they're fun to play video games with, but like, as I said before, like they need to get their head out of their ass. If you're watching this and you're one of those people, then you need to get it. But like I've been surrounded by like really cool people. My spouse, who has just arrived home, I believe, has a fucking master's degree, went into higher academia and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm surrounded by brilliant people, but like, you don't need degrees to be smart. And like,
No, you really don't.
yeah, like, my brain goes fast, and a lot of people think that I'm smart because of it. I also learned a bunch of words, and I learned a bunch of like topics, but that's just because I had the opportunity to do so, and that doesn't make me inherently smarter than someone who has like all of the other skills but hasn't. Like, that's all just like skill building. But also, hi.
Hi, can I add in my 2 cents in on that?
Yeah, it's just a quick tangent.
So I have a theory on knowledge versus intelligence. Imagine a beach for a moment. Each and every grain of sand is one particular trivia. It's a fact.
Yeah, a piece of
something
knowledge,
that you
yeah.
know.
You're getting...
Does not necessarily matter how big your beach is. It's how impressive the sandcastle you build with it is. So some people with very, very little sand, like maybe a handful, can make the most exquisite, complicated structure in the world. That is a better measure of what I believe is intelligence rather than just plain knowledge. Because there
Yeah.
are many educated people who are very dumb. Okay, tangent
Yeah.
done.
All right, yeah. It's a fun analogy too. Thank you.
And I'm a teacher, by the way.
Yeah, you're a teacher. This is your thing. But like, yeah, no, like, hell yes. Hell yes.
What?
I'm making a crab vivarium. That's beautiful. Thank you for that.
Oh.
That's wonderful. But yeah, no, like, the thing I learned by going to college is that there's a lot of stupid people that get degrees.
Yep.
There's a lot of like just fucking idiots that get degrees that like aren't able to think coherently, aren't able to think for themselves in any way, shape, or form, and like, but they got a piece of paper, so now they can get a job, right? But they can't get a job because they don't know how to use any of their knowledge because they never learned how to think for themselves. They also usually have really shitty opinions about everything and like to get into things like crypto and NFTs. And I hate that shit. I can't. Like, you know, listen, I tend to use a lot of big words. It's not to show off. It's just because I have to use them. All right? I've used them in my job. I've used them in my shit. Like, I used them as I was learning the shit for my degree. I learned actual skills, which is weird because I learned a bunch of skills, but none of them are useful for me because my entire field has been overrun by AI. But
I still use big words in front of my little kid students.
yeah, and they understand just fine.
Yes,
And if they don't know, they'll ask you what it means.
precisely.
And like, there's never a bad time to ask, what the fuck does that word mean?
Exactly.
Like, there was a person who asked me what the word bigot means, because it's a very specific phrase, and it's like an older form of language to refer to various forms of prejudice. And I explained it, because like, that's not a common word that you'll see everywhere. It's really not. Like, that's like a very specific word. But like, and I didn't think that was a big word, but it's a specific word. It's kind of jargony. And like, there's a lot of things where like, you don't think they're big words, but they are like, they have specific context. Like, also, the harm thing that I talked about earlier. I was talking about, like, actual measurable harms. But, like, also harm is just a thing for, like, things that are ouchy. So, like, there's different ways to, like, assess that word in that language. Yeah, anyway. But, like, there's a whole lot of different ways to do that. And, like, there's, like, weird... Intellect is the openness and willingness to learn things more than it is, like, the speed at which one learns things. Or knows things, or the breadth of the knowledge one has, or the depth of the knowledge one has, you know? All right. Anyway. But, like, I've been surrounded my whole life by, like, very smart and very talented people. And I have been blessed in that. I have been so fucking lucky about that. I've never had to be in a room and think that I'm the smartest person in that room. I also don't have the ego of intelligence that like people are like, I'm smart and I know big words, so I'm better than other people, which is the most fucking infuriating thing in the world, and it always makes me want to like, if anything, huh?
Throat punch them?
I mean, no, I actually want to fist fight them most of the time. Also, welcome home.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Internet.
But yeah, it's just one of those things. Yeah, and like there's like my main friend group. There's like my main friend group that I play, like I have two main friend groups. I have two main friend groups. The first is the one that I play tabletop games with that I've known since high school. Like Supika and Papa Shron are from there. And then there's like my college friend group, which is like Recane and Ms. Baritne and like those people. And there's like the tertiary friend groups from there, from like people who are also friends in other groups, and then they bring their friends into those sort of groups or around those groups. And then I meet those people, and then we get into those groups, and that's what, like, there's that whole network thing that happens as part of regular socialization. And like, I want to be clear. All of the people that I really have a problem with are like in the tertiary friend groups. Like those two main friend groups, they're great. I fucking love them. If you're from one of those two friend groups, and any of the times that I've told you to get your head out of your ass or go fuck yourself here apply, they still absolutely apply. But I'm...
There's a distinct overtone.
I'm not aiming those phrases today at you at all. I do also want to clarify that. You're not a freaky outsider. You are, listen. We don't know each other in person, but we are still like, we have played the Minecraft together. We've goofed off. We've had jokes, that sort of thing. This is still like an internet friend level of thing. It's an early internet friend level of thing, but like, we're definitely on good terms.
And
but like,
it's worth more than you might imagine.
It is worth more than you might imagine. But like, there's certain like internet only friends where you've only met them through the internet are not less or worse.
Just different.
But there's a lot of like limited contextual understanding of a person that you can get from that. Like, we've mostly just hung out here. And you've chatted about your personal life. I've chatted about my personal life a little bit. Like, there's some details here and there that we know, but like, we don't know the whole picture. And like, even when you know someone in person, there's no guarantee that you know the whole picture around them, right? But like, it's easier to get into this zone where like, you feel a certain amount of connection to a person because you've heard them or talk about that. I'm gonna be honest. Nowadays, most of my friends I don't see in person anymore, or at all, which sucks. I miss a lot of my friends, and back when I lived in Oregon, I was within easy range to go see all of my friends whenever I wanted, and they would routinely come over and say hi to me or anyone else that was in the local like friend group, even if they weren't local themselves. And it was easy to do. But now I'm in a different region, and it's harder to go there, and also I have a chronic illness that's made it much harder to travel. I actually have two chronic illnesses that make it much harder to travel, but we only have one that's even remotely formally diagnosed, so we're going to worry about that later. But like I have chronic illnesses that make it difficult to travel, which means that it's not as much of an option for me. And it sucks because I miss out on so much of what happens in my friends' lives now. But at the same time, like, there's plenty of internet friends where like there's stuff going on in their lives and you just never hear about it because they don't talk about it in that moment. It's not when you meet up, wherever you meet up, it's not specifically where you talk about the thing. So it's just one of those things that you don't know them as well, and you don't have as many points of like confluence between your various social groups a lot of the times when it comes to internet friends. So like what really sucks is like, I have a number of friends through the internet and like through streaming and that sort of thing that they're internet friends, and so we have that thing, but like, you could not classify us through the depth of our internet friendship as more than like friendly acquaintances. And I do kind of feel bad about that. I don't know why, but I do kind of feel bad about it. Because, like, I'm not here to, like... Listen. You've heard what I've talked about for the last 3.5 hours. I've been yapping for 3.5 hours about all sorts of things. All sorts of, like, sex things and sex health things and social issue things. And, like, all that sort of business. And like, I'm gonna be honest, none of that is ad friendly. None of that is ad friendly. None of it is ad friendly. None of it is marketable, but I'm willing to talk about those things. So, like, the kind of marketing for the ads for Twitch that are likely to come this way that would also be okay with being, like, posted in the same vein as me, is about as much as the ones that I would be okay being in the same vein as them, which is, you know, less than 50%. And unfortunately, that is, like, the thing that I am not willing to censor, like, talking about human stuff. I have no interest in censoring talking about human stuff. I'm not going to avoid or use special language and hide that shit. One, it doesn't really work for, like, if you're doing algorithmic, like, gaming, like, if you're fucking with the algorithm to try and, like, maximize your numbers, that's not a thing that I'm particularly interested in playing with, because one, it doesn't routinely work, and two, it doesn't really do anything other than teach you that you're not allowed to talk about things and then internalize that you're not allowed to talk about things. And I think it's really important to be able to talk about shit. I think it's vitally important to have language and use that language and not hide or couch that language.
It's how I manage to talk about deep and important issues with my students without cursing.
Indeed. But, like, it's just yeah. Who the fuck? All right, well, someone apparently added me on Blue Sky. Yes. We will. I don't have a huge love for Disney. But yes, we do, in fact, we can do, will, and must talk about Bruno if Bruno's part of the situation. I think a bot has just... Hang on. Why is that a notification? Oh, the internet's still on my phone. I was like, did I have my data on? Why is there an app that has a push notification? No, yeah, it's totally fair. But I don't believe in hiding... I don't believe in hiding that shit, because it doesn't work. And it just makes it harder to hear and learn about shit. Because, like... Listen, in a world where talking about the clinical and actual facts of the world wasn't seen as being, like, weird and child inappropriate for some reason, and the reason is that people want to have more control over what children know so that they control the children and control them as adults and that sort of thing, but that's neither here nor there. Actually, it's here and there and everywhere. But, like, if that was less of an issue, I would probably be less concerned about people under 18 hanging out here. Because, like... I'm gonna be honest. I don't get horny at any of you. I will talk about the fact that people get horny, but I'm not going to be actively horny at people. I don't have a lot of reason to do that. Certainly not in my audience. That's not a thing I want to do. I'm not, like... I'm gonna level with you. I'm not gonna try and get in your pants. I'm not. I have no interest in getting in your pants. None whatsoever. This has nothing to do with how attractive you might be, or how well anything else goes on. The fact remains, I don't know anyone well enough through, like, just a chat scenario and some gaming. Like, there's no one in those tertiary social groups from my main friend groups where I would be like, yes, I should totally hit on that person. Right? It doesn't matter how good they look. It doesn't matter how, like, interesting and attractive they are. If I even see their face. It's just like, I don't know them well enough. I don't know y'all, like, I don't know y'all well enough. I don't. Fuck, there's sections of the main fucking, like, friend groups where I'm like, I don't know that person well enough to know if I'd be okay doing anything sexual with them. Like, it just does not occur to me to, like, consider that as a thing with that person because, like, I don't know them well enough. Or I know them just well enough to know that that they would make it weird or I would make it weird. It would be weird on account of the situations and such, you know? Like there's whole, like, swaths of people in those where I'm like, nah. But, like, some friends, sure. But, like, I'm not, you know, like, it would be weird. It would be weird to hit on an audience member. It would be especially weird if I were to be jokey flirty or fun flirty with an audience member and I didn't know how old they were, right? Like, that would be weird. But, like, categorically, if I don't know, like, an internet friend well enough, like, if there's an internet friend that I become friends with because of, like, the sharing of, like, smutty things or whatnot, that's one thing. And there's some flirtation that can happen there, but I'm not really going to act or make moves in any direction for that to be a thing, because that's also, to me, really weird and uncomfortable as a concept. And, like, it's just, like, a thing where I'm not really, like, in for that.
You're an ethical slut.
Yes.
And I love you.
I have standards. And one of the standards is that I shouldn't, like, be careless in the way that I engage in my sluttery with other people.
Precisely.
Yeah. Anywho, but, like, it's just one of those things. But yeah, it's just there's a bunch of people who, like, there's a bunch of people who are unfortunately in this, as with anything, there are going to be shitheads. And so when it comes to streaming in general or VTubing in specific, there are plenty of shitheads who do not see that as, like, a boundary that they shouldn't cross. So they will do things like, you know, use collab options as a way to, like, try and, like, get ins on dating or like sexting people and that sort of thing. And I think that's really fucking irresponsible. But also I think it's just generally a bad idea.
Sounds like a way to poison your experiences with that group.
Actually, it's usually people who are, like, predatory in nature that want to do that sort of thing in the first place.
Ew.
Like, there are plenty of people who are just messy about it, but, like, yeah, there's, like, plenty of VTuber horror stories and streaming horror stories about, like, there are several names I could say right now about people who were absolute, like, horrible human beings. I'm not going to, because I don't really feel the need to speak their names. There's enough of them that I can just refer to them as a category of person. The people who are like, hey, we're going to, like, sexually harass or otherwise, like, cause shit with people that we work with and invite to our projects or invite to our collaborations. Yeah, exactly. And they're like, no, I should give me another chance. And, like, no, fuck them. Like, you don't gotta. Like, they can rebuild their shit on their own. Here's the thing. Those sorts of people tend not to actually, like, feel bad. They feel bad like they got caught. Thing one. Thing two, I also don't think that people, like, dogpiling them all the time is very productive. All it does is, like, continue the process of, like, punishing them for a thing that they've already gotten, like, removed from the community for.
Or they get off on the attention because it's attention, and so they keep behaving like shitheads in order to keep receiving said attention.
Yeah, because the attention means ad revenue. Or other positive advantages. Usually not emotional ones, but usually in the streaming space, financial ones.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, like there's multiple, for an example, Dungeons and Dragons creators in the tabletop sphere who have been found out as horrible predators of people who would like, yeah, no, just a whole bunch of bad shit there. And like a whole bunch of skeezy shit. And like some of these people are people where like, they are like, hey, we're not like so-and-so, or even just like, hey, we're not monogamous when they are, or that sort of thing. And so they just like use that as an example to like cheat on or cheat with people on other people, or like string people along, or like emotionally sort of like corner people into doing sexual favors for them. Like horrible shit like that. None of which is sexual activity, all of which is harassment and abuse. And like, that's just one category of example. There's plenty of people who've done that sort of thing in other areas. Anytime you have a category of people who regularly entertain and interact with people, you're going to have a small percentage of people who do that sort of thing. Because that is a small percentage of the population, and there is no industry or process or culturated group of people who can possibly weed out the nature of some humans to want to exploit and harm others, right? Like, VTubing has some asshole every other week because VTubing is a very public-facing thing in the internet specifically, and it's becoming more and more a cultural mainstream activity. And so you're going to have more people show up because a higher percentage of people are getting into VTubing and streaming and doing that thing. I don't think categorically you have VTubers who are more likely to do that, just like it is disingenuous to say that there's any group of people in the world who is more likely to engage in some sort of abusive behavior against another person. Like, there is no like categorical or like genetic or like whatever predisposition to like abusing the power dynamics that are inherent to these things. But yeah, like, I'm pretty open about, like, there's been a couple of people that I have banned from my channel, and it sucks, because, like, we got to a point where I was kind of, like, getting buddy-buddy with them, and that was fine and dandy, and then, like, in that very moment, like, the very next day, someone was like, hey, I'm really sorry that you're buddy-buddy, because you're buddy-buddy with this person, but, like, here's the way they act, and here's the shit they're pulling right now. And I was like, oh, that's not cool. I'm no longer okay with that person being in this space and using me as some sort of, like, turf war. Where, like, I'm somehow a space that they're allowed and other people aren't. Like, that's not cool. I have no interest in, like, humoring that. And, like, it sucks. It sucks when you have to remove someone, yeah. Like, and it sucks when you have to remove someone about it. Like, and I checked in with the, like, harmed parties and asked, like, if there was anyone else in this whole quagmire of a situation, and they were like, no. So it was just that one person who got removed, and that was fine. And sometimes some of the other people who are in that quagmire of a situation come here, and I'm still friendly with them because that person who was harmed by the situation was like, hey, I wasn't fully a good guy in this situation either, and I'm willing to acknowledge that, but, like, I'm not comfortable when those people are hanging out here, so I'm probably gonna, like, disappear if they're here. And I was like, okay, you don't have to. If everyone's blocked each other, then it's not gonna be an issue anyway. And, like, that's a whole thing. And I don't worry about it too much. There's also people who come here sometimes where, like, I know that they are part of external, larger scale VTuber drama in a minor fashion, and they've shown up here because there was some weird bullshit that happened between them and someone that they like, well, between like fans and like people that they are friends with, and they weren't going to play that game, and I can respect that. Even if ultimately I feel like the issue at large for that was like something that is perhaps something that really just didn't need to be done in the first place, or like wasn't supposed to be an issue in the first place. And I think it's stupid for it to be a thing, but like that's its own business. I think there's a lot of stuff where like people get into the politics of a certain situation. Gaming, just like all other forms of art, media, and culture, is a political element. It has political elements to it. And we're going to find that shit all the time. Like, there's no way to talk about the world without involving some sort of political element. I try not to get too political in this situation. My views are pretty well known. But like, I think my views are pretty well known. But like, there's a difference. Like, I feel like there are certain higher priorities in a lot of cases, but like, as long as you're not making other people feel unsafe or unwelcome, I think it's fine. As long as you're not kind of like ruining the vibe for everyone, I think it's cool. Like, sometimes you have a problem and you got to talk about the problem. You got to be honest about the problem. And sometimes you feel like you need to talk about the problem because you can't let go of the emotions that you feel about it. And so what you're going to do is you're going to keep perseverating on it. And like, perseverating just means like repeatedly like considering and like rotating it in your brain and not letting yourself let go of it and have time where you're not constantly thinking about it and feeling bad about it and feeling stressed about it. Like, sometimes you do have to like put shit away and let it go for a little bit. And like, that is a skill that you have to learn. Like, that is a skill you must learn. And also, I want to be clear, pretty much every form of mental illness makes that skill harder to learn, maintain, and manage. Every emotional disturbance can make that more difficult. All of them can. So like, that's a thing. But like, there's a difference between like being open and like being honest about something and like trauma dumping. Trauma dumping is like trying to get the attention on you so that you can feel bad about it and have people like give you something. But usually trauma dumping is to people who cannot help you. Often trauma dumping is just to people who are not equipped to help you in any way, shape, or form. Like, if you want to talk about the people who have died in your life because it's relevant to us talking about like a grief and loss, that's one thing. But if you're like, because we're playing like Mega Man and you want to talk about how your grandma died and how your life has never been the same ever since, and it doesn't relate to anything that we're doing here or anything that we're talking about, then like, that is kind of like throwing that in the situation of being like, feel bad for me. And like, sure, but why though? And it's hard for me to do that. And part of that is like, how do I put this? In the case of death in particular, I am rather desensitized to it. Because I grew up with a family that was not prone to hiding shit as like topics of conversation. You know? Like, is this Twilight Princess? Holy shit, hang on. This sounds like the Twilight Realm theme from Twilight Princess. It totally is. It's Palace of Twilight. Holy shit. Cool. But like, there's some people where like, they want to bring this up because like it means something to them and it's something that they can't get off of their mind. And that's fine. Like, I get that. Sometimes you got to talk about stuff. And sometimes the only place that you can do that is on the internet because you don't have a lot of good outlets for it. Especially if you don't have like a robust friend group that is like emotionally attuned, which is alarmingly more common these days. I have found out the hard way that I am sometimes someone's only way of talking about difficult stuff. I am the only person they can talk to about it. Because I don't judge them, and also because it does not faze me as much. Because fun story. How do I put this? I don't have a lot of empathy. I am a low empathy individual. I'm an extremely low empathy individual. I care about people. But, like, if you're feeling bad and you're crying next to me, I don't feel that sadness. I'm aware of the sadness. I understand the sadness. I know what that feeling is. I can identify it very readily. But, like, I'm not going to mirror that sadness. I still give a shit. But, like, that visceral empathy that some people have, that many people have, I don't have that. Straight up, I don't have that. If you feel bad at me, like, if you like, bring me your feelings of being very sad or very, very stressed out or very pissed off, feeling very wronged and very hurt and that sort of thing, I will understand it. I will, like, make sure that you're able to, like, talk about the thing. But, like, I don't get angry on your behalf unless I know the facts of the situation and it's very unfair. And, like, there's a lot of bad situations you can be in where that's not a thing. That's a thing. Like, for me, like, that's a thing. I don't do that part as much. And, like, it's not that, like, I don't know how to act around people who are sad or upset. It's more that, like, just, I know that there's a version of empathy where, like, you feel those emotions as the person is expressing them. And I don't do that. Partly because I have had that viscerally trained out of me by parts of my family, where I was conditioned not to do that and not to engage with or interact with or address that emotional reciprocation. But also because I've been in a lot of situations where if I were to be upset with the other person, I would panic and they needed medical attention. Which, I will note, wrong time to panic. I will usually feel horrible afterward. I will have the upset and I'll have the emotional, like, weight of it sit there. And that'll be in the back of my mind, and I will feel that after we deal with whatever the emergency situation is. And if it's not an emergency situation, then I can probably let myself feel that later. But, like, it's not a thing that is, like, a visceral instant thing. I have to, like, let go of certain elements of my brain, and then I can feel the things. You know? So, like, you can have, like, a horrible fucking, like, ugly sobbing situation with me, and I won't sob with you, but I will, like, let you have the conversation space, and I will give you a hug or whatever if that's what you need, and I will, like, let you talk about it, and I will let you sob in an ugly, gross way, because that's okay. People are allowed to be gross. People are allowed to be gross and emotionally messy, you know? And, like, I get that. Just because I'm not having, like, the same reaction doesn't mean, like, it's not okay for you to be having those emotions, you know? I'm also just, like, super depressed and dead inside most of the time. Which does cause, like, I have, like, a permanent mild dissociation issue. Where I'm, like, not all the way engaged with my existence at any given point in time. Like, I'm not able to fully engage into my physical being, even during conversations, so I'm kind of, like, I'm, like, on third-person shoulder cam for my own human existence all the time. Right? Like, that's a thing. That's a condition. I am very dead inside. And, like, meds help. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I think part of that is definitely ADHD. And part of that is absolutely anxiety and depression. Because, like, when I'm on the good meds and the meds are working, I'm here, present and available. And, like, a person. I haven't felt that way consistently in over a decade. That's how bad it is. That's how rough it is. I feel like I'm awkwardly piloting my body. And it takes all of my efforts of concentration to just, like, do that decently. Sometimes, and it's really fucking annoying. But that's a thing. And also, me talking about that, some people will want to consider that, like, just being open about the fact that, like, I have, like, PTSD stuff, and, like, a dissociative issue as a result of that. Yes, exactly. Like, there have been days where I have streamed, and you can tell that I'm not all the way here. You can tell I'm not all the way here. 100 fucking %. Like, what was it? It was, like, the day before yesterday, where, like, I was late to stream, and I just did Stardust Skate, and I barely talked. I was not all the way here. Was that Tuesday or Wednesday? I don't totally remember. I don't remember. Anyway, whichever day it was this week, just this week, like, I was basically, like, 10% here. I was 10% in my body. Like, or in my brain. I was not thinking. There was not a head was mostly just full of spray foam insulation. Like, there's the emotional spray foam insulation, and then there's the, like, physical spray foam insulation, like when I have, like, a sinus congestion or, like, migraine shit going on. And those are two different distinct feelings of spray foam insulation. I used to refer to the emotional end as, like, my brain is delicious strawberry jam. Just because it was a funny way to say it as a youth. But yeah, no, like, some people want to refer to that and, like, me talking about that in this space as, like, trauma dumping, but I'm not asking for you to have an emotion about it. I'm stating it as, like, here are historical and medical facts about my person, and they're relevant to what we're talking about. I've never heard my eyes move, but I have been physically aware of the fact that my eyes are moving in my head. Like, I don't hear it, but I definitely feel it. Absolutely. I think I've been yelling at this fucking microphone for, like, the last 3 hours. Jesus fucking Christ. 4 hours. We're at the 4-hour mark. Oh my god. But yeah, like... Anyway, I have, like, the Sword Stooges, which are my D&D group. And then there's the Court. I might talk about the Court sometimes. And that's, like, my college friends. Just so we're clear, so you know, like, the stuff. And then there's the tertiary groups. A couple of which have been, like, very... It's weird how little you have to interact with someone before they tell you all of their shitty, bigoted opinions about the way in which you live your life. It's wild how readily people will tell you that they hate who you are as a person. Like, there are so many people who've been, like, very anti-trans at me because here's the thing. I'm not in my day-to-day life. I do not regard myself as a woman. I am a non-binary person. Gender is, like, a weird fucking, like, performance to me. And so, like, if I had to pick one, I would refer to myself as either, like, genderqueer or, like, closer to, like, agender. Like, gender is, like, a non-issue for me. Gender is a thing that I don't respect the concept of, like, being a man as part of my identity. It's not a thing that I do. But I'm also not here to be like, hey, I'm totally a lady. I'm, like, maybe at most, like... On the most ladylike days, I am like 20 to 25% a lady at most, and the rest of me is goblin. And, like, the most I ever feel like a dude is like a 5%. But I know what I sound like and what sort of like assumptions people will make on that. But I have no respect for their assumptions about it. I'm not required to respect their assessment of my person because they don't know who the fuck I am, right? So, like, that's a thing. My gender is goblin. The reason I am a hobgoblin is because in my actual life, that is as close to a gender as I care to express. And, like, That's it. My brain works on weird rules that I don't get to choose and don't really fully understand myself. Because I might have actual disorder OCD, but that's neither here nor there. But like the main thing is like I have like weird brain stuff and like a really like dubious relationship with gender on the whole. And like the concept is like I don't care for being seen as a dude. I don't care. I know people are going to see me as one anyway, but I don't really care to identify myself as one. So like if someone wants to like be wrong about that, they're allowed. Like that's perfectly fine. But like I don't value that, and it all feels like a shitty costume to me anyway. I feel like I'm wearing a very bad like high school costume when it comes to gender most of the time. Anywho, we're about to hit another ad break, so I'll get back and then we'll talk about I think I'm done talking about like the weird people who are assholes about me being like not monogamous or like bisexual or like not a distinctly gendered person. Anyway, ad break, stretch legs, get water, etc. I'll see you all in a little bit. So I've been yapping and gabbing for like 4 hours. I've been yapping and gabbing again with the game section. The two buttons are right next to each other. Also, I want to note, fucking Christ. So, the biggest bro right now for me is fucking Ms. Baritne, who got me a fucking Stream Deck. She sent me a fucking Stream Deck, and I was like, what the fuck? So I have buttons now, and I can just hit them, but I've set them up in a way that is not ideal, because lobby and game are right next to each other. Yeah! Oh, yeah, okay. So here's the thing. So when I run my intro music is on the board now. It used to be a thing where I had to like click play on a thing and like, but it's just on a board now. This plays direct from file. It didn't used to, but it does now. Like, this is my intro music. This is the song I play while I wait for the ads to finish out and for me to like finish making my coffee or picking up my snacks or whatever. Like, before I start stream, like this is what I run. I like hit stream, I start this music. But like also it has a fade out option. There's like all sorts of cool shit on it. She fucking like just sent me this motherfucking thing. And I was like, are you okay? And like she got money. She and God. Not to make it weird, but her husband is a dear friend of mine, and he is so damn fine. He is so damn good looking. Holy shit. Anyway, not important. What is important is that she got me this thing, and I have like a couple of like I have one of Athel's like songs on here, which is this one that you can hear right now. It's Snowy BGM. Lord Athelstan made a bunch of free BGM that anyone can use forever. I don't know if the website is still running. He might need to like re-up that if that's not the case, but like I picked this up like years ago, and so like it's a thing. So there's that. I have that I can play as the outro if I ever want to. Usually I'm just running game chops from the radio, which is from YouTube. But there's also that. We also have Neko Beam's Future Station as a thing that we can listen to. I can have as an intro music. One of the Dova Syndrome folks. That project is like really fucking cool, and they have like free rules and stuff, and I'm not using it for like major commercial shit, so it's fine. And like that's great. And this is like the weird like kawaii hyperpop thing, so I don't use it very often, but like it's available. How loud is it? Hang on. Oh yeah, no, it's still in the greens. Cool. So like there's that. And so like we have like different songs. I have different songs I can run whenever I want. I have all my like scene changes over here, so I can actually like I can intentionally hit to go to game, and I can intentionally wow, it didn't even play the thing there. It skipped it? No, there we go. Yeah, so I have my that's the inky little smoke thing from that's one of Freya Amari like transition. Freya Amari still makes assets and is still great, and you should go if you're streaming yourself. You should check out her stuff. She's great. She hasn't been streaming for a while because it's kind of like stopped being a thing that she super enjoyed, but like she's super cool. She's an amazing artist. She's also like that's also in my like about stuff. If you look down on the stream. But yeah, I also have, actually, I'm going to save those two buttons. Those are two buttons that are important for, I will share one of them. I will share one of these buttons. The last button I will not share. But this button, I have a clean cut of the Yakuza sub-story music. I have been waiting. I need you to understand how mad I am that Final Fantasy X is fully voiced and fully, like, arranged for soundtrack. Because there's been a couple of moments where we started talking to someone in the game, and I've really wanted to play this, but it hasn't been tonally correct, and there's always already music going on. And I can't change it so there's no background music in Final Fantasy X without, like, fucking with a whole bunch of other volume options. But it's the whole song for, like, the better part of 2 minutes. And there's one last song. There's one last song I have on here for fun shit, but I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that for when the moment is right, and I'm not gonna hit the button now. I'm promising myself that. But I have like multiple pages of Stream Deck stuff. There's like, I can make like multiple pages, and you can like go back and forth with the buttons, and the buttons are like LED screens. They're like little LCD screens on the inside, so like they all have options, and they're all like, I all have them labeled and shit. Which is really cool. It's so nice. It's changed so much. I don't have to like, when I'm playing games, I have to no. It's an event and course of action contextual thing. You will understand the minute I play it, the minute I do something that warrants playing it. The second I do something that warrants playing it, or the second that something happens on stream that warrants playing it, you will know. You will know. It is like a classic. It is not even a classic that other people have on their soundboards. It is a classic for things, and you will fucking... I will love it, and I don't care if you hate it. It's also... So most people recognize it as, like, a short clip. Everyone will recognize the intro because it's, like... It's a classic. It's, like, it's been around for, God, decades. It's been around for decades, and, like, you would definitely know it. There's movies that use it. There's TV shows that use it. Like, it's a thing. But it's also... It's also not licensed by any standard. So, like, the people who own it are not going to, like, DMCA me about it, most likely. Which I appreciate. And that's really cool. It's not like classical music, but it is like a classic thing. You'll know. It's one of the first, oldest, and finest shitpost musics I have ever had the distinction of acquiring or enjoying. And it's the full song. So, like, I get to enjoy some fantastic vocals after, like, the 25-second mark. But yeah, no, it's great. So that's a thing. But I can turn the game chops back on. I'm gonna love it. That's Jazz Zelda, which is very off topic from what I just described. But you'll see. We'll probably see it next week. We might even see it because I know I believe. So first of all, I'm gonna shout out the hyena. So I've hung around Howlet enough, and apparently they've been looking for someone to like play certain games with. I've offered my services as a sellsword for when they eventually hit. Yes, you're gonna see more stuff. You're gonna see, hopefully, we start getting more redeems. I'm gonna set up more redeems. Some of these things I can't just set up to here because, like, I can't set up a 3D outfit change, for an example, because that is a macro that is a bit much. I may also add B. I could add B to that. I could add the audio from B. I could add the audio from B if you want. I have that on Drive. Like, I just open that up in Audacity and like make a clean pull of the audio and then like set it up as a thing. There's B. I could also just make that an audio redeem that you can do. Like I could do like I have more options for audio redeems that don't require the Stream Deck. Just because we have a bunch of stuff and there's like plenty of software that runs it just fine. But yeah, I will happily do that. I actually have a text document with a list of sound alerts that I still need to put together. Because I'm bad at doing this because I have no energy. I have the no energy disease where I don't have energy ever. And so when I'm done, I just sort of become like I turn into some sort of ooze. Or like my bones sort of like teleport out of my body and I just become like a semi-inert piece of flesh after I get done with some streams. Other streams, I'm just totally good to go. It kind of depends. Kind of depends on my starting energy. It also kind of depends on like what I'm able to do during it. Like, I felt horrible earlier today. God. I would love a burger. Spouse Larkin likes to order things on Fridays. I might ask if she's cool with ordering from a place that I could get a burger from. If she's gonna do that. If not, I'm going to make even more curry. Why is... Huh, weird. Anyway. But yeah, no, like I have a whole last Stream Deck now and it's amazing. In order for any of the audio to be heard, that's still a burger. But yeah, I have a Stream Deck so I can have like a soundboard. I could also set it up so that I can like record any audio that like comes in, and then like use it against the person who made the audio. So if someone says something out of pocket, I can just like record it for posterity forever if I know it's going to happen. Which is fucked up and evil and not a power that I should have, but it's one that I have now. So everyone should be afraid. So that's fun. But yeah. I'm so fucking pleased. I also have like a CPU monitor so I can see if something fucks up over on my computer. Also, it lets me debug certain games that stopped running due to a fucking like whatever issue. I have like upgraded hardware. Like every time I get upgraded hardware, it's always either because Spouse Larkin was like, oh, you want this thing for your stream? We can make that happen. Or Ms. Baritney has been like, oh, you want to test something out for your stream? I can make that happen. I still have a Leap fucking hand tracker. You can't... Why did I pick it up? I literally like picked it up to show it to the fucking monitor. Like you're gonna see my hands move when it's actually in this box. I'm so mad that I can't configure this appropriately to like face me from the monitor. Like its aperture of like acquisition is like really narrow, which is unfortunate. Like if I put it next to my the iPhone that Spouse Larkin handed to me when she upgraded, which she upgraded specifically to give me an iPhone with good face tracking so I could do this with my face and you can actually see my face move. Like you can see all that. Like you can see me moving my mouth like an idiot. That's because she like handed me the fucking fancy iPhone. The only reason why I have any Apple products in my possession is because like she handed me one. Because she still used one and uses one and is probably going to stop using one soon. Which is probably for the best because they're terrible. But like I'm definitely using a stock non-modified model of an iPhone. I'm definitely using a stock model of an iPhone. So all of the tracking, like firmware and like elements of the OS are still fully intact. Do not breach the iPhone. Do not crack your iPhone. Don't do it. It won't work right. It totally won't work right. But maybe I shouldn't post this VOD to YouTube. maybe I shouldn't post this VOD to YouTube. Maybe this is a Twitch-only VOD that disappears and ceases to exist after 2 months. Maybe that's a thing that we should... So anyway, no, but seriously, like, don't... Also, the fact that if you don't know what you're doing, it's actually, like, really easy to fuck these things up and permanently break them. And then it'll be like... Because Apple doesn't give a fuck, they won't fix it anyway. Like, you'll send it in and not tell them that it was cracked in any capacity or, like altered in any capacity. Also, I want to be clear. Don't open your iPhone if you don't have actual machining equipment to put it back together. Don't do that. Like, I've seen people do that. It goes very poorly if you don't have all the tools. Make sure you have the tools necessary if you're going to do that. In all seriousness, the legality of opening up an iPhone or, like, actually making an iPhone or repairing an iPhone on your own is protected. That is a legally protected activity. You're not breaking any laws, or even if they have it in their terms of service, it is not legally enforceable. But when I talk about cracking, I talk about, like, opening it up and changing out the OS. Or modifying some element of the OS, or using some modified form of the OS, which is its own thing. That is still a breach of terms of service, however. If you do that, you are technically saying that you never want this iPhone device or Apple device, if it's not an iPhone, like if you're using an iPad or an iPod or whatever, which those still exist and you can still use them, but you usually, like, especially for, like, the earlier era iPods, like, you have to do that in order to have anything work on them because the OS doesn't support their function. That does mean that they're out of warranty anyway, though, so, like, it doesn't matter. And legally that is permitted, but it is something they will frown upon, and it does void the warranty. So, like, be aware of that. Also, don't use them to commit crimes, because that is also a thing that is, you know, I shouldn't have to explain why that's a bad idea, to use a system that has, like, constant tracking of everything that happens on it as, like, a thing that you use to, like, talk about criminal activities with. Like, that's just, like, one, I'm not here telling you to commit crimes, but I am saying that if you must commit crimes, for whatever reason, don't be stupid and use the most obvious trackable device to do it. Like, come on! Come on! Information Security 101. Like, I'm not a cop. If you're going to commit crimes, there's nothing I can do to stop you, but I'm not here to encourage criminal activity, all right? Anyway, but yeah, there's a lot of, like, y'all are real goddamn nice to me. I think y'all are a little bit too nice to me. It's just kind of a thing. Ugh. Anyway. I'm not used to talking this much. Hi.
Because you've been talking for how many hours?
4.5.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been gabbing. I was gonna play a video game today. I didn't know which one, but I was gonna play a video game today, and then I just started ranting. I guess I needed to have a ramble.
I'm proud of you.
I know.
Mwah.
Aww. But yeah, I also... You know, that is a good emote. I'm just gonna... Jomei made a good choice to add that emote. I'm gonna use that emote. I'm gonna use that emote a lot. I'm gonna be honest. God, it's good. Anyway, it's been 4.5 hours and I don't remember 80% of what we've talked about. Also, somehow, despite not running any extra programs, I've dropped 146 frames as part of stream. That normally only happens when something hits my GPU so hard that it can't do anything else, or something hits the network between me and the internet itself, or me and Twitch. So I think something bad may have happened between me and Twitch. Oh no. But you haven't mentioned there being like 5 seconds of delay between my face moving and like words coming out of my mouth, so I think that's fine. We'll see. Anyway. Yeah, I need to do that too in a bit. What, again? On that note, I've yapped for like 4.5 hours. I do need to give my voice a break. I also do need to eat some real food. So let's find somebody to raid, huh? Let's get the fuck out of here. This has been lovely. Thanks for hanging out also, Robo. Like, it's good to have a chat with you. Oh yeah, it's like midnight where you are. Shit, it's like after midnight. Criminy. What the actual fuck? But it's good to hang out. Let's see, is there anyone cool streaming that I would like to raid into? I don't want to raid into Marvel Rivals. That is an important thing. Listen, I know it's Overwatch but better. And I know a lot of people really like... Oh, we're gonna raid Amber. We're gonna raid Ramber. Hey, let's say hi to Amber. I need to let my throat recover a little bit. And probably actually, like, eat some food and blow my nose and make horrible noises that I don't want to have recorded on the fucking... on the mic. So we're gonna go say hi to Ramber. Amber Ram, who's great and awesome, is she currently she's doing Trans Lifeline fundraiser. So if you have some spare change, consider donating it over there. But also is doing a raffle thing for like some very silly like Centaur style 2D models, and you should check those out. And maybe put some money, maybe join that. Maybe join that a little bit. Maybe pass some money for a good cause and like join that. Maybe. Anyway, if you're watching this on recording, thank you for watching this on recording. Also, if you're watching this on recording, it means that I made a bad choice and let all of me talking about and bitching about random people on the internet that I've never met in person, who are assholes at me, and telling those people, some of which might be you, but probably aren't, to go fuck themselves. Also, so I've made several bad choices here, and we've put a bunch of things that cannot be in any way done. But also, last but not least, check your clock. It's been there